Good evening and welcome. Tonight is Monday, November 18, 2024. This is a regular meeting of the Minnetonka City Council. I will call this meeting to order and to ask you to stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Larson, would you please call roll?
Wilburn.
Here.
Calvert.
Here.
Romali.
Here.
Coakley.
Here.
Foster Bolton.
Here.
Shack.
Here.
Wearsome.
Here. Next item is approval of the agenda, and we have an addendum. Mr. Funk.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I have two items for your consideration on tonight's addenda. The first one is related to item 14A, which is our cannabis discussion later in this evening. In section 650.20.1 of the retail registration ordinance, the words need to be altered, and those are listed in the addenda, and I'll just read this out loud to you. So we're striking at least, and the new wording that you'll see in your addenda is within 1,000 feet from any elementary, middle, or high school, or within 500 feet from any attraction within a public park that is regularly used by minors, such as playgrounds, athletic facilities, splash pads, and beaches, or. So it's it was pointed out by a council member earlier today, and so we found language that needed to be amended, and so that is part one of tonight's addenda. And then the second part of tonight's addenda is related to item 14C, which is ordinances regulating dogs at large and animals in parks. Staff received public comment since the publication of Thursday's City Council packet, and those comments are attached. There is no action required on any of these two addendas, and I turn it back over to you, Mayor and Council, for your consideration.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Funk. Is there any comments or questions or a motion regarding the agenda and the addenda? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move approval of the agenda as amended.
Is there a second? Councilmember Romali.
I'll second.
All right. We've got a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Romali. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Romali.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Shack.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Next item is approval of minutes, and we have one set. It is the October 28th, 2024 regular meeting minutes. Are there, Mr. Funk, or anything? Okay. So we've got any comments or changes or a motion on those minutes? Councilmember Romali.
I move to approve the minutes for October 28th, 2024.
Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second.
Very good. So we've got a motion by Councilmember Romali and a second by Councilmember Calvert. And Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Romali.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Shack.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. So the next item is special matters, and we have two special matters. And the first is recognition for the 2024 photo contest winners. And I can read the staff report. And for over 20 years, Minnetonka residents have shared the beauty of the community and its people in the city's annual photo contest. Whether it's a landscape, an activity, or event, the photo contest is a great way to celebrate and recognize all Minnetonka has to offer. The city strives to promote and celebrate the Minnetonka community through this contest. And so we have, we have four winners, and will the photos show as I walk through this or not? Okay, they won't. So I'm going to just recognize some folks for the outstanding work that they did. So in the animals category, Marlene Smith, Everyone Out of the Pool, was the photo that was the winner in that category. And in uniquely Minnetonka, Ricardo Bonner, Fire Sky Over Libs Lake, is the picture. And then in the landscape category, Bill O'Byrne, Minnehaha Creek, and another outstanding picture. And then finally, in the lifestyle category, Amy Michio, Dark Rainy Night. So I want to congratulate all of our photo winners. And is somebody pulling those up? Abracadabra? Thank you so much. I don't get this kind of service at home, so I'm very appreciative. Councilor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mayor. While Julie's pulling those up, thank you very much. I just wanted to really commend them and hope everybody will look and see in the conference rooms where they get hung here and hopefully in the Marsh and Williston and elsewhere. And I made a suggestion to Mr. Funk today. Hopefully what I'd love to see is to see cards of these either sold at the landing or at the Marsh or here at the community center, so all of us can kind of enjoy them and maybe send them to family and friends here. Kind of a great way to spread the word and the beauty of our city. And it looks like...
Here are the pictures. Well, I'll tell you what. If you look out the window on the wall hanging in the hallway, you can see the pictures there. But I mean, every year I will say that I'm just amazed at the talent and beauty. I mean, certainly the beauty of our community, but also the talent of our amateur photographers. Maybe some of you are professionals, but the photos were great, and really appreciate the level of interest that this contest brings in. And I will say that the results were spectacular. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Maybe we can take a break at some point along the evening when these are able to be brought up. Otherwise, you'll see them coming soon. Links to them or actual photos and a Minnetonka memo coming your way soon.
Thank you, Councilor O'Malley. So that's not an action item, but I wanted to recognize everyone who participated, whether you won a category or not. And then the next item is a proclamation for 2024 Small Business Saturday. And rather than doing a proclamation and formally reading that, we have a video. So the City of Minnetonka has partnered with Hennepin County to support Small Business Saturday on November 30th with the Love Local campaign, which encourages residents to support local, independently owned businesses. This year, instead of reading a proclamation, we want our proclamation to be from small business owners themselves. So please start the video.
Did you know that more than 96% of all businesses in Hennepin County are small businesses?
That's more than 39,000 businesses.
Small businesses are crucial to Minnetonka's local economy.
Local, independently owned businesses create jobs.
They boost the local economy.
And they make our community more vibrant and livable.
November 30th is Small Business Saturday.
We invite you to come into our shop.
And our shop.
And hundreds of other small businesses right here in Minnetonka.
Thank you, Julie, and your staff for a nice job on that video. And just a reminder to everybody, you know, we're all proud of our community, and Minnetonka is a vibrant community. And it's these small business owners who really make our city unique. And so it's a challenging time for small businesses, and anything that we can do to get out to support our small businesses will be appreciated. And we've got some great small businesses, as was represented in the video, but there are many more. So please consider that through the entire holiday season, but particularly on November 30th, Small Business Saturday. Councilor O'Malley, you're itching to say something?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. As a former small business owner myself, this is close to my heart, and I just wanted to throw out a couple of additional stats. Between 45 and 50% of all jobs in the U.S. are created and supported by small businesses, so something to keep in mind. And when we buy from our local small businesses, it really helps our entire community thrive because a larger percentage of dollars that are spent at local small businesses remain in our community as opposed to other types of businesses. So just a couple of other factoids to keep in mind for Small Business Saturday. So thanks to the staff and Hennepin County for putting this together.
Thank you, Councilor Romali. And Council, any other comments on small businesses, or we can move on? But next item is reports from city manager and council members. And Mr. Funk, why don't you take that away? Thank you.
All right. Thank you again, Mayor. Good evening again, Council. A couple items for this evening. First, exciting upcoming event is the Light Up the Commons event, which will be at Ridgedale Commons on Saturday, December 7th from 4:45 to 6 o'clock p.m. Last year was our first year of that event, and this will be a follow-up for this year. There'll be bonfire, hot cocoa, crafts, food truck, music, and more. There'll also be a dog costume event as well, so that'll be fun. Then also wanted to mention that on November 5th was our presidential election, and give you some of those statistics. Absentee voting represented about 57% of our total vote cast here in Minnetonka, which was around 20,790. Then on election day, there were 15,721 vote cast, which is about 43% of the total votes. So in total, voter turnout for Minnetonka was 85.91%. Statewide average right now is estimated at 76.14. So as we all know here in Minnetonka, we have strong voter turnout as indicated by the results. I do want to again take a moment to say thank you to our election staff. That was our 5th election that was conducted here at the city this year. Not only thanking our election staff for conducting the elections, but certainly all of our election judges and the volunteers that work to make our election such a success. And then also, last one to mention that the Sun Sailor recently profiled one of our very own police sergeants, Mike Johnson, who serves as an Air Force Reserve medic. So that was an honor in Veterans Day, and certainly appreciate Sergeant Mike Johnson for his service to the military and to our country. And so with that, Mayor Wortham, turn it back over to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Funk. And Council, any things that you would like to report? Anyone? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm proud of our police sergeant and all of our veterans who served. We were not here for Veterans Day, so thank you to all of our residents who served. And I just want to mention 2 events that took place this month. One of them, City Manager Mike Funk just mentioned, which is the election. And both of these events just make me very proud of Minnetonka and public servants in general. And so I want to thank Minnetonka election staff and the election judges who executed an outstanding election process and deserve a lot of credit. Whether or not you agree with the outcome, it is indisputable that Minnetonka has high voter turnout and that every single one of those votes counted thanks to our elections workers. So just makes me very proud. And the second event that made me very inspired was we just all returned from the National League of Cities City Summit and Centennial Celebration. And as usual, I attended my Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources Committee meeting, and many informative sessions that really helped me be a better informed and more effective city council member. But it was also just very inspiring to be in a group of municipal leaders from all over the country, from all over the political spectrum, who love their towns and want to do the best for their residents. And it's very inspiring to see the hardworking National League of Cities staff, one of whom actually used to work here in Minnetonka, a young woman. I just think it's very inspirational to know that there are people all over the country that are really working hard to make sure that the quality of life for their residents is as high as it can possibly be. So, you know, it was just a very, it's been an emotional month for a lot of people, but those two things just make me very proud to be from Minnetonka and to be a public servant.
Thank you, Councilmember Calvert. Is there anyone else? I'm gonna just touch briefly on two things. One, I did want to mention the light up ceremony on December 7th. I will not be there this year. I will be attending my son's wedding, so I think that qualifies as a valid excuse for not being there. But last year was our first light up event at Ridgedale Commons Park. It was a great event. I encourage you to come out. The city does a great job. It will be a lot of fun and a very festive atmosphere for the holidays. So I encourage that. And then just to follow up on Councilmember Calvert's comments about the National League of Cities, you know, our city is a member of that organization, and we all learn as council members. We certainly have networks of people that we know around the country, but we learn a lot from one another. And having the opportunity to be exposed to both educational aspects, but then the challenges that different cities face across the country, we all learn from one another, and it makes us better civil servants. So it's a time very well spent, and I'm thankful that we had the opportunity to attend. So that's it. I want to give everyone last call for any council members. Otherwise, we'll move on. And the next item is citizens wishing to discuss matters not on the agenda. So we have some things coming up on the agenda, and there will be opportunities to comment on those. But is there anything that you would like to make the council aware of that is not on the agenda? This is an open mic opportunity, and if there's anything, please come forward, state your name and address. Let us know what you want us to know. And we won't take action on that tonight, but we'll refer it to staff, and we will report back at a future council meeting. So is there anyone who would like to inform the council of anything tonight? If so, please come forward again. State your name and address. Good evening.
Hi. My name is Garrett Gardner. I live at 2953 Fairchild. And just wanted to say that over the next few years, we're going to lose about 25% of all of our trees. Between the ash trees and the bur oak blight, maybe 30%. And so, you know, it's time we started to take a look at doing something about it. I think one thing we should be doing is taking a look at all the commercial buildings and all the commercial areas that have taken down their trees over the years. They're all pledged, you know, when they come in, they say, oh, well, we'll landscape the property. But within a few years later, they're taking out the trees. I had a tree service for many years, and if I worked in Egan, for instance, we took out trees on Saturdays so the city wouldn't find out. Here, we don't have to do that. I've taken out some pretty big trees on commercial properties. Nobody even does anything about it. So I think we should probably take a look at what trees are supposed to be there, and maybe that'd be a place to start. You know, the city looks bare in a lot of areas. 101 and 7, all the trees have been removed from there. 101 and Minnetonka Boulevard, the bank, all those properties, the big trees are gone in. And when they're putting them in, you know, requests that they're putting in native trees and not little toy trees like lilacs or, you know, spire trees. So that's something I think we need to do for our, you know, for our air quality and everything else.
Thank you for that. I will say that the city has been doing quite a bit over the last several years. We've been proactive on the Emerald Ash Borer and understanding some of the challenges there, and we do have a pretty active reforestation program. So if you want to check with check with staff and check with natural resources, you could be informed on some of the things that the city is proactively doing to promote trees, because we are very committed to trees in our community. So there may be more there than you know about, but the reality of it is with Emerald Ash Borer, there are going to be a lot more trees coming down than get replaced in the short term. And we're actively talking about different programs we can do to reforest our city, including one of the things we've talked about is providing seedlings and small trees to people so that we can get more trees in our community, because we have a 58% tree cover in our city and we don't want to lose that. So I share your sentiment and I appreciate you coming forward.
Yeah, just down the street there, 5 big ash trees are out, and they should be, those commercial properties I think should be required to put the trees back in.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else? All right, then, seeing no one, we will move on. And Next item is bids and purchases, and we have none of those tonight. And then that brings us to the consent agenda. And consent agenda items are typically routine. So what happens is we read them into the record. If anyone, either on the council or in the audience, would like to pull an item for further discussion, please raise your hand and let us know. If no item gets pulled, we will just vote on them all with one motion and one vote. If an item gets pulled, we will vote, have a motion and vote on the remaining items, and then we'll circle back to the items that have been pulled for any further comment and discussion. So I will read these items into the record. Item 13A is a joint powers agreement for Bassett Creek Watershed Management Commission. Item 10B is an agreement with 9 Mile Creek Watershed District for the Holiday Wing Rose Birch Island Lake Drainage Study. So that's kind of a mouthful. Item 10C is a premise permit applications to conduct lawful gambling in liquor establishments. Item 10D is a resolution to approve the dissolution of the joint powers agreement for the home remodeling fair. Item 10E is a resolution approving a conditional use permit for an accessory dwelling unit, ADU, at 2211 Windsor Lake Drive. Item 10F is a grant agreement with the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources for urban wood reuse. And item 10G is the 2025 union employee salaries. Item 10H is an ordinance amending section 150.010 relating to the terms of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion DEI Commission members and establishing transitional terms. And finally, 10I is a resolution for the Brightwood Force Main Replacement Project. So would anyone like to pull any of those items? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me, I'd like to pull 10C and for questions and comments, and 10F for a quick comment.
All right. Is there anyone else? All right. Is there a motion on the remaining items? Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I move approval of consent agenda items 10A, B, D, E, G, H, and I.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second.
All right. We've got a motion by Councilmember Shack and a second by Councilmember Calvert. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romaley,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. So then returning to item 10C, Councilmember Calvert, you had a comment or question?
Yes. So, and I know I have to be extremely judicious in my questioning and comments because it is because of the what's contained in the materials. But I will just say that it was a little concerning that so many of the gambling managers that applied have legal issues, and I just wanted to see if there was any way for staff to answer if we approve the applications, sort of how are we tracking? Is it just the reporting that goes to the state? And I know that there's one issue that we're just causing a conditional permitting, and I just was hoping to get a little bit more information about that.
Ms. Wishnak?
Sure. Mayor and council members, in terms of enforcement, and I'll give you some examples. Let's just say there's something in the gambling operations that is
problematic, or there's an issue with maybe someone who's in charge of the gambling operations or what have you, the state of Minnesota is the entity that would do the enforcement on that. If there is an issue with compliance with documents and receipts and information, again, that's a state requirement. The city does get the reporting every year in terms of what income and expenses there were for the organization, so that we can verify the city's 10%, and we will receive those documents. So we have that check-in, if you will, so that will be next year at this time. And with the conditional permit, we're going to check back on the one issue that was discovered. So again, all of the entities that you're reviewing do have licenses in other locations. And so if there were problematic issues, I think we would have uncovered that. But at this time, that doesn't seem to be the case. Hopefully that helps.
Thank you, Ms. Wishnak. And so my comment is, I don't want, for instance, legal issues from the past to plague someone throughout their life. And so, but I just, kind of keeping our eyes wide open about how we're doing it. And so so enforcement will only be through the state. So if there are issues, it would be the state that would terminate the
Mayor and Councilmember Calvert, I think there could be a couple of scenarios, but the one that probably applies most locally is that if there's some issue in the gambling arena, all of your licenses are issued to alcohol establishments. You every year have that control over someone's liquor license. And so if you find that there are issues between the two, or as a result of each one, there are other avenues I think the city has other than just the gambling.
All right, thank you. Should I ask or make my comments about 10F as well?
Well, let's see. Did anyone else want to comment on this particular item? I'll make a quick comment, because as I read the staff report on this item, you like when we get these confidential background reports on people who are getting a position of responsibility, like being a gambling manager for a charity. We do a background check, and the police department conducts that. And so, as Councilmember Calvert indicated, some of these background reports did not come back spotless. I mean, we like them to be spotless. But then I started thinking about myself, and I thought, well, if they did a background check on me, what would that look like? And it would be pretty good, but it wouldn't be spotless. I mean, have I been pulled over speeding at some point in my 50 years of driving? Well, I'm afraid I have. And these background checks get everything. If I made a criminal complaint against my neighbor who I felt was doing something illegal, well, that pops up. It shows up on your background check. So I really had to take a step back and say, okay, I'd like the background check to be spotless, but I'm sure most of the residents here would like the background check of their mayor to be spotless. And I'm going to tell you, it's pretty good, but it's not spotless. And so I want to make sure that I'm reasonable in the standard that I have. And the other thing is, there are times in the background checks where somebody's been accused of something. Well, it shows up. They haven't been found guilty. Well, we have a system where you're innocent until proven guilty. And sometimes the things that show up in a background check have not been convictions, they've been accusations. So, I really respect Councilmember Calvert asking the question. But I also want to make sure that I, as a council member, am not placing my residents who are signing up to do something in my community and holding them to a higher standard than I would hold myself to. So I think that some consistency there is really important. So I just wanted to add that. So with that, Councilmember Calvert, if you'd like to make the motion, we'll vote on that, and then we'll go to the next one.
Thank you. And I agree with what you said, which is why I was saying that people's past shouldn't plague them for the rest of their lives, because we're all human, right?
And we were all young one time too.
Indeed. So yes, I make the motion to approve item 10C.
And a second. Councilmember Foster Bolton.
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Foster Bolton. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romalee,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wearsum.
Yes, motion carries. And then your comment on item 10F.
So this is, we have a very full agenda today. I think there are 20 items, and this item is about a grant that the city has received for our natural resources staff to put on workshops about how we use wood. So, for instance, today we had a gentleman talking about tree loss here. And one of the things that we've done, certainly since I've been on the council, is start a wood reuse program. And so this is going to enable our natural resources staff to train other cities in what we do and how we do it. And a good example that was actually in the packet has to do with some oak trees that we lost during the construction of our new public safety facility. And we had learned that those trees would often go into landfill, which, considering they were oak trees, just seemed practically criminal to me. And so it actually became paneling, decorative paneling in our public safety facility. And there are many other uses. I know that some of the trees that come out of our city are actually being reused for furniture. And so I just want to say, I'm so excited about this. I'm so proud of our natural resources and forestry staff. And I'm really hoping that we can actually take this sort of on the road, maybe to the League of Minnesota Cities and even the National League of Cities, so other cities can learn, because we're a leader in this. And I just wanted to make sure that I expressed my appreciation, because it's fantastic.
Thank you. And that was pulled, so we do need a motion in a second. So
Yes, I absolutely move approval of 10F.
Councilmember Romalee?
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Romalee. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romalee,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wearsum.
Yes, motion carries. Item 11 is consent agenda items requiring 5 votes, and we have none of those tonight, which takes us to item 12, introduction of ordinances, and 12A is an ordinance related to collection of recyclables and organics. And Mr. Manchester, I believe that's your report.
I do. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight are ordinance related to the collection of recyclables and organics. And so if you recall, on October 7th, 2024, Council directed staff to proceed with the contract negotiations for the 25 to 27 organized curbside recycling, and then organics as well as part of that. So during that negotiation, we did look through the ordinances of the collection, and we have a few items we wanted to address at the same time as part of that, working with our city attorney. The recommended amendments, so the existing provisions for recycling and the organics are left in place. We are looking at potentially a new section to address just a couple items and clarify a few things. So the city contracted services that would be performed by the hauler for collection, and then setting the rates for recycling and organic charges would be by resolution, just to clarify those items. The revised or the proposed draft is in your packet as well as redlined.
Very good.
Just a couple more quick things.
Okay, thanks. Pardon me.
Yep, no problem. If the council would choose to move forward with the intro, would be posted Minnetonka Matters similar to the other ordinances. And then we would bring this back as well with the negotiated contract at the December 2nd meeting for another look. So it would be considered at that time with the option for a public hearing. And then at the December meeting, we would include a communications plan as mentioned in October. A quick intro, Darren Ellingson is here tonight, our operations manager, if there are any questions as well, but we'll turn it back to the mayor for any questions or comments with a recommended option for a motion to introduce this ordinance. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Manchester. And again, this is the introduction of an ordinance, so it's the first reading. So council, any things that you want to make sure that staff looks into and can report back to us next time? Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one of the things that I think is really critical, I think it's going to be a point of some confusion, is to make sure in the communication that it's really clear that the organics fee that haulers are currently charging on all of our individually selected haulers invoices will go away once this is the organized collection of organics starts, because I know there was a lot of concern about that in early this year, and I think folks are going to be understandably upset if they think there's going to be another, $3.50 or whatever we land on charge for that. So hopefully people will see a little bit of a decrease in their overall costs because of this negotiation, but just make sure that that's clear.
Very good. Other, Councilor Rameli.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like Mr. Manchester, if possible, to see if the negotiations can include single-day pickup of both, so we're not having trucks coming in multiple days throughout our neighborhoods. Be ideal if they could do both in one sweep. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Councilor Calvert.
Thank you. This point was made in the previous meeting, and this endeavor is in an effort to save our residents money, and all of our fees for everything have been going up, and so of course I support the effort to reduce fees, including organics fees, but I just want to make sure that as we move forward, we also understand that we are removing some element of competition, and that in the future, it may contribute, it may never happen, but it may contribute sometime in the future that prices become inflated because there's lack of competition. And so I just want to make sure that, as the ordinance is considered moving forward, that is something that people think about, including our elected and appointed decision makers. So I just want to mention that. It's come up before.
Councilor Coakley.
Thank you, Mayor. Also, I think it would be important to let residents know, rather they use the organic, they still would be responsible for the Hennepin County fee. I know I sent my organic can back last week because I just couldn't get there. And so I think it's going to be important to let residents know that there is still going to be a fee, whether they use it or not. And then, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Councilor Rameli.
Yes, following up on that, yes, very important, Council Member Coakley's comment to let people know that this is not optional fee, so we're paying for the service anyway. However, organics waste contributes significantly to methane emissions and greenhouse gases, so I would very much urge residents to make use of this service. And even if you're doing backyard composting with commercial organics recycling, you can do things like recycle pizza boxes and food soiled paper items, things that you might not necessarily want to put in your backyard composting, animal bones, eggs, things like that that can attract rodents. So all of those things, you're paying for the service anyway. Let's really try to do the right thing and start recycling and doing our organics recycling. Right now we have about 10% of residents doing organics recycling in our city, and I think we can and should be aiming higher than that. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Anyone else? Sorry, I have one small addition to the comments that have made, because we have a certain level of utilization. This is a mandate that, as Councilmember Coakley indicated, whether you use the service or not, you're going to pay for it. But there's something that's a little bit counterintuitive. Typically, when your volume goes up, your price per unit goes down because of volume purchasing, if you will. It's opposite here, because the program and the bid that we have is based on an estimate based on what we're currently collecting and what it's anticipated we'll collect. If a lot more people sign up, that means that the company will have to make that many more stops. Their costs go up. So even though our participation increases, our cost will similarly increase. It'll be cost per household. So, it's not one of these things where, okay, we've got it locked in. The bid was based upon an anticipated level of participation. If we meaningfully exceed that, the cost per household and the cost to our residents could go up. But in the scheme of things, that's a much better scenario. Even though it'll cost a little bit more, we'll be doing much better on recycling, on minimizing methane production from landfills and things like that. So it's one of these things that's kind of complex. It's a little counterintuitive, but it's the right thing to do, and I support it. But I wanted to make that clear because that indeed could happen if we get strong participation, and I hope we do. So thank you.
Respond?
Yeah, well, I didn't know we were in a debate, but you can add something if you'd like.
Yeah, I'd like to add something. Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify as well, is that we're looking at an increase if there's greater participation of maybe $2 or $3 a month. So this would not be a significant increase. And I hope that we can mitigate that, again, by Mr. Manchester hopefully negotiating so there are same route pickups for this and regular recycling, and that would decrease the fuel costs and hauling costs. So those are things that we can do to minimize that increase. Thank you.
All right, we've had a good amount of comment. Is there a motion? Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I move introduction of the ordinance regarding, I don't know if we have language here. It just says motion to introduce the ordinance, so I make that motion.
We'll introduce the ordinance. Is there a second? Councilmember Wilburn.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Shack and a second by Councilmember Wilburn. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romalee,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Item 13 is public hearings, and we have 3 public hearings tonight. The first is 13A is a temporary on-sale liquor license for the Rotary Club of Minnetonka Foundation for a fundraising event at 15,000 Minnetonka Boulevard. Ms. Wishnack.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Just a quick report. This is at the Marsh city-owned building, and this would be to allow the Rotary Club of Minnetonka the opportunity to sell liquor during a holiday happy hour with Benny, who is a local pianist, jazz pianist. So with that, Mayor, we find that all the information is in order, and we do recommend approval of the temporary license.
All right, and thank you, Ms. Wishnack. And before I open the public hearing, Council, any questions for Ms. Wishnack on this? All right, then I will open the public hearing. And I think I see a representative of the Minnetonka Rotary Club, Mr. Roseman. If you would like to introduce yourself and make a few comments. We'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Chris Rosenlund. I live at 8672 Meadowville Drive in Eden Prairie, and I'm here in support of the Minnetonka Rotary's application for a temporary liquor license for the Marshes Holiday Happy Hour event on Wednesday, December 11th. The event, as you just heard, features holiday music with jazz pianist Benny Weinbeck. There's light refreshments, food, beer and wine will hopefully be available. The ticket information is available through the Marsh, their service desk, or online at their website. The net revenues derived from this event will be going to our Minnetonka Rotary Foundation to support local youth development programs, places like ICA Food Shelf, and scholarships at Minnetonka and Hopkins High Schools. And if you're not familiar with the Minnetonka Rotary Club, we are the club for building responsible youth and the club that's more fun than you want it to be. We meet each Wednesday morning at 7:30 a.m. at the Marsh, and all are invited to attend. And I'd be happy to take any questions or comments regarding our application.
Great. Well, thank you so much, and thank you for everything that the Rotary Club does. Council, any comments that you'd like to make? Councilmember Shack?
Thank you, Mayor. And I bet Mr. Roseland didn't think, looking at the agenda, that he would be on at 7:15. So that's good. No, I just want to reiterate, I'm a part of the Rotary as well, and the events are a lot of fun. I mean, I think there's no such thing as too much fun or more fun than you want it to be, but and so I'd encourage people to come. This is their first event, and it would be great if we have a nice turnout. And there's a little bit of a discount for Marsh members, correct?
I believe so. I believe
Yeah.
that's correct.
Very good.
Outstanding.
Well, Mr. Roseland, thank you very much for coming tonight and for your comments. It's a public hearing, so when you're done, I'll ask if anyone else wants to comment, but I think we're probably done. But
All right. Very good.
thanks very much, and it's exciting that I'm excited to see this new event. I will be there.
Oh,
and I'll see if I can drag my wife along, but the opportunity to use the marsh, the opportunity to have holiday music in a festive atmosphere, I think is a nice event for the community. So I hope a lot of people show up.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to comment on this item? All right, seeing no one, I will close the public hearing, and I will ask the council for comment or motion. Councilor Shack?
I would make the motion, but Councilmember Calvert
Go ahead.
did. Okay.
Go right. You're a member.
Okay. I will make the motion to grant the license.
And is there a second? Councilor Calvert?
I'm very happy to second. I will say that my daughter got married at the Marsh last month. I think it's the first wedding at the Marsh, and it is a fantastic place to do events. So good luck to you, and I'm really happy to support your effort.
Very good. So we've got a motion by Councilmember Shack and a second by Councilmember Calvert. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romalee,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wearsum.
Yes, motion carries. Thank you. Good luck. Next item, public hearing item, is the Villas at Chasewood Housing Improvement Area. And Ms. Wishnack, another report from you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I went through a lot of this information last time. However, I know there's a lot of folks in the audience. Maybe they didn't come here for this, but perhaps they'll learn a little bit about HIA funding, which is housing improvement areas for certain developments. And so this is the Villas at Chasewood. As you know, the city adopted the policy regarding housing improvement areas in 2011, and we do so by state statute. So state statute allows us to do this as a city, and the city has in the past done this before to help residents who live in these types of properties that have extra maintenance issues and challenges. It was built in 1989. There's 188 units, 21 buildings, 147 of those are owner occupied and 41 of those are rented. There's both 1 and 2 bedrooms throughout the development, and the values range from anywhere from $101,000 to $275,000. As we talked last time, the rents are also in the $1,400 to $1,800 a month area. So as you saw these pictures last time, the building has some deficiencies. There's definitely damage to the sheathing, the framing. There's been some unknowns that have happened as a result of all of this kind of uncovering of the damage that has occurred. And basically, folks that work with Freddie or Fannie Mae can't actually get any loans. And so that is part of the problem. Selling property or someone trying to acquire property can't do that with all of the problems that need improvement. So the cost of the project is $12.2 million. It involves a variety of things: building facades, masonry, the attic area, other building costs, etc. And when I get to this slide, I mean, you know, that's a lot of money, right? It's important to understand the city is acting as the vehicle for the financing. The city is not paying for this project to be done. So we're allowing a bond to be issued, again, not affecting the city's qualified bond rating, etc. And the people that live there have to pay the dollars back. This just goes through how the bond is issued. It's a 20-year bond. There's some prepayment allowed by the residents. After the bond is issued, the prepayment allowance period goes away. And there's a lot of reasons for that I talked about last time. Again, this is a 20-year bond, and so the people who have a one-bedroom unit are looking at an assessment of about $57,000. Those in the two-bedroom are around $71,000. So if you equate that to a monthly or projected monthly, that's in the bottom chart, about $848 for a one-bedroom, and the $1,057 for the two-bedroom. Again, that goes to the bond payment that the city is issuing on their behalf. They did have really good support. 84% of the people that live in this development supported this housing improvement area to be enacted. We also did some quality control, meaning we checked with residents to make sure they understood what was happening and what they asked of the city. And as you recall too, there's a 45% objection that can happen after the ordinance is adopted. And so if that happens tonight, you adopt the ordinance, there's a waiting period that occurs. There's still another opportunity to undo the request. So with that, the process is in the chart below. November, December is what we're doing here, where you're looking at the ordinance itself, creating the housing improvement area, and you're looking at the actual fee resolution that you're charging these homeowners. And then December, it would be the effective date of the ordinance, and then you would have a development agreement that comes back to you. So we're not quite done. So this is just kind of the front end of the process. And then you would actually issue the bonds later, maybe in the next couple of months. So that's the process. So your action tonight, Mayor, is to hold the public hearing, and we're requesting that you adopt the fee resolution and the ordinance establishing the housing improvement area. With that, I'll turn it back to you for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wishnak. Council, any questions for Ms. Wishnak on establishing the HIA? And Councilmember O'Malley.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to clarify a few things, both for myself and maybe for other people listening. So I'm understanding this is essentially, when you say a 20-year bond, for those of us who are not as familiar with this financial mechanism, you're essentially saying this is almost like a 20-year loan. Correct. That these residents are going to be paying back with interest over 20 years, and it's going to be assessed on their property taxes each year.
That's correct.
Okay. And so we agreed that it meets the criteria of but-for funding because this development, because of the construction issues of a 1989 construction, which essentially did not use Tyvek or weather guard on top of the gypsum board, means that they can't get traditional loans through Freddie or Fannie and regular commercial lenders, correct? Or am I incorrect?
Mayor and Councilmember Mealy, I would never go on record to say exactly what caused all of this. I mean, generally, it feels like an intrusion of water based on the pictures. However, if there's any legal issues between the association and the builder, I'd rather not comment on that because I haven't had an inspector of the city verify that.
All right, to clarify then, when this was built in 1989, there were not the same construction codes that are present today. Okay.
Yes.
And am I correct? Could you talk about, we're talking about $100,000 to $200,000 units here for 1 and 2 bedrooms. Can we talk about what the AMI is for that, for Minnetonka, both in terms of housing and rental?
Mayor and Councilmember Romele, the 80% would hit a 305 number, so 305,000 would be affordable to those making $80,000-ish a year. And so hopefully I'm talking about a 2-person household here, so there's lots of charts that go with number of household members, etc. But generally I'm speaking about 305 for an 80%, so we're well under that. Right. And if you're in a 1-bedroom, you know, you're really getting into the affordable range for acquisition or ownership product.
So I mean, in my view at least, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is kind of preserving some pretty crucial, naturally occurring affordable housing for families who probably really need it, and meets all the other criteria that we ask of HIAs. And also, you know, from my point of view, this is much more sustainable to preserve the housing of these families and repair it than to tear down and start anew. And maybe this tear down would include a much more high and high cost development. So by doing this, we are, you know, preserving that critical, naturally occurring affordable housing. Is that correct?
Mayor and Councilmember Mealy, I do agree with that statement, yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mealy. Are there any other questions for council before we open the public hearing? Ms. Wisniak, I want to make one quick comment before. Could you put the chart up that you, this one? Because I want to clarify one thing, that the 2024 association monthly dues are already existing. And so they are for a one bedroom, $362 a month and $451. The incremental amount attributed to the HIA is $486, making for a one bedroom, making the total cost of the association fee and the HIA for 20 years total $848. And I assume if it works like most associations, the association dues are modified every year because costs go up, and there's lawn mowing and snow shoveling and things, and those costs go up over time. So the association dues may change over time, but the HIA dues would be fixed based upon the loan and the interest costs, if I'm not mistaken.
Agreed, Mayor.
So I just wanted to be clear that I mean, that big number on the right, 848 for a one bedroom and 1057 for a two bedroom, includes both the HIA fees and the association fees. I think that's an important consideration for everybody to be aware of. So I want to make that comment. And then if there's nothing else from the council, I will open the public hearing. And if there is anyone who would like to comment on this item, anyone from the association or thing, please come forward, state your name and address, make your comments, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you for being here tonight.
Hello.
Good evening.
Thank you for having me. I wanted to introduce myself. I'm David Altnow. I am the current board president for the Villas of Chasewood. Here in support of this HIA is fellow board members and community members. If you may raise your hand, please.
Greetings. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the council taking its time to review this. I know this is a lot of detail, and you know, it is a rainy day tonight, but I am excited to be here. Excited to talk to you guys and girls about your future support in our community. As has mentioned before, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, the two largest financing companies in our country, have blacklisted our community. Our homes are in dire need of repair. Until these are fixed, we will remain blacklisted, which means our community cannot obtain financing from 70% of the mortgage market. This stagnates sales, drastically reduces our home values. In fact, we just had a property for $200,000 sell for $71,000 less. This will also lead to owners abandoning properties. Once we do the work and complete the items on the HIA contract, Fannie and Freddie Mae have mentioned removing us from this blacklisting. This HIA is our only way out of this, and it allows people that live there a way to live safer structurally, and for people that need to sell, their ability to do so. I am in full support of this HIA contract, and I want to thank you very much so again for your support in our community.
Thank you very much for your comments. This is a public hearing. Would anyone else like to comment? If so, please come forward, state your name and address, and we will listen to what you have to say.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Donna Sternberg, and I live at 17376 Frondale Court in Eden Prairie. But I'm here because I'm an owner of a Chasewood condo, one of those 41 that is currently rented out. And I hope I'm not stepping on David or the board's toes, but I also wanted to take the opportunity to speak and to urge you to support this. The costs are significant. That's been thoroughly explained to the homeowners. The necessity has been thoroughly explained to the homeowners by the board, and there's just no other alternative other than the HIA. And it's also been approved by the majority of the homeowners to, in effect, increase this financial burden on ourselves. So I just want to ask for your support to adopt the ordinance, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Ms. Sternberg. Is there anyone else? Anyone? All right, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for our consideration. Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. We talked about this for a long time at our last meeting, and I will say so appreciative of the board president and the neighbors for coming tonight, because it really drives home for us the importance of this. I'm very supportive. It's critical. I mean, this is really, not one step below life or death for these people. It's their housing and making sure that it's safe and sustainable. So it's a lot of money, and that's too bad. I guess I try to remember that if one of us were redoing all of our exterior, we maybe have to take out a home equity line and see monthly payments along these lines. So I think that's akin, and I'm glad that we can be a resource and can support these folks in a way that doesn't, that we're not on the hook for. So it's just a no-brainer for me.
Thank you, Councilor Shack. Other comments, anyone? Councilor Rameli.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, as you probably could tell by my line of questioning, I'm quite supportive of this project. I think that, first of all, it has so many benefits, not only for the residents, but for us as a community. It prevents blight, prevents foreclosure and abandonment. So all of those things, as well as helping our neighbors. This is an investment in our community that actually doesn't require us. It's a net gain for us in the end. So it's really, a community, neighbor helping neighbor thing here, and we'll get fully paid back with interest. So again, I agree with Councilmember Shack. This is a no-brainer. Support it.
Any other comments from council members? Yep.
What they said.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Very good. And I'm going to add just a little bit to that, because I remember as a member of the council when we passed the HIA ordinance. That was in 2011. And this is the third one of these that I've had the opportunity to participate in. And as you indicated, this is really a last resort type thing. No homeowners association wants to get into this circumstance, but as all homeowners know, homeownership is a wonderful thing, but there are unexpected expenses for every homeowner from time to time. And this is a device that enables the city to help that without taking any risk itself, but using the creditworthiness of the city to enable you to get a reasonable loan at a reasonable price. And I've had the fortune or misfortune of being on numerous homeowner boards and been president of a homeowners association. And I get to go to my homeowners association meeting tomorrow night. Just if you're wondering what I was doing tomorrow night, that's it. And one of the things I really appreciate about, I'm very sorry about the Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac blacklisting, but even if that didn't exist, homeowner associations have a very hard time getting credit, even in the best of circumstances. So this device is really a safety net that helps us preserve naturally occurring affordable housing. And I was at a meeting today in St. Paul talking about housing and affordable housing and the housing supply. And we talked about the vital importance of preserving affordable housing, because if this couldn't happen, and if your houses were determined to be unlivable and you had to write the whole thing off, the next house, even if they rebuilt exactly the same properties, would be double or triple the cost that you are facing, and they would not be affordable. And so we talk a lot as a city about the importance of affordable housing, and I personally believe that if a person does not have a safe place to live in our society, they have no chance. And I believe, I'm maybe a little old-fashioned, but I believe America is a land of opportunity. And if we are the land of opportunity, we need to find a way to provide adequate, affordable housing to our residents and to anybody who is interested in living in our community, because that is the fabric of what makes a democracy and a society work. And so I think it's fundamental. And so I'm really pleased that the city can help out, and I think the support is here. So I will end my comments, and if someone would like to make a motion, I'd appreciate it. Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make the motion to adopt the resolution and the ordinance for the villas at Chasewood Housing Improvement Area.
And is there a second? Councilmember Romali.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Romali. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romali,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Thank you very much. So we have one more public hearing, and that is on the use of the Community Investment Fund to finance renovation of Ice Arena Rink B refrigeration improvement project. Mr. Manchester, your report.
Thanks, Mayor. Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight is item 13C, the use of Community Investment Fund to finance the renovation of Ice Arena Rink B refrigeration improvement project. So at the October 7th, 2024 meeting, Council authorized the ad for bid for the project and opened the public hearing regarding the use of the Community Investment Fund dollars to finance the project. This project proposes to install a new ammonia refrigeration system at Rink B. Bids were opened for the project on November 12th, 2024. Unfortunately, we only received one bid for this project in the response for bids. So based on the higher than estimate bid we did receive from our engineer's estimate and the lack of comparables, we are at this time recommending to reject the bids, which we don't do too often. But we would look to return in 2025. We would look at kind of the time frame, the scope, the equipment used. We looked at kind of the info on this one. It appears the time frame over the summer was very competitive with other projects that were working on ice arena work as well. So there was some competition there. That's why we think it happened. We did have our engineers investigate that quite a bit, and they do this work often. So we would look to come back in 2025 with a new plan. Without that other comparable bid, we don't feel it's responsible to recommend to move forward at this time. So we would recommend to reject the bids based on the reasons stated, and then come back in 2025 to consider with some revised parameters. Based on that, we would recommend canceling the public hearing tonight, and then we would redo the process when we come back in the future with council, so we would start the process over. So with that, I'll turn it back to the council and mayor for any questions. Mr. Kelly O'Day is here tonight, to our rec director as well, if there's any questions that come up regarding the ice arena. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Manchester. Before we start, I'll ask the council if they have any questions. Councilmember Coakley.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have a question, but I think Mr. Kelly answered the question. I was speaking to Mike earlier, and I asked about the cost being more if we wait to do another bid, but you explained why. It's because we didn't have a comparable bid, and then it's priced, a lot more. So that makes sense to not move forward or reject it at this time. So I'm in favor of rejecting the proposal.
Very good. Any other questions, council, or comments? Councilmember Calvert.
Yeah, I actually wrote out a few. I mean, I talked with Mr. Funk earlier today, and there was a lot of talk at the conference we were just at about how the cost of big projects like this has actually gone up, in part because cities got federal dollars or other grant dollars. There's just been an influx of dollars to deal with these kind of issues, and so vendors are busy, and so they're inflating their prices, and so but now we have a change of administration. It's going to be a significant change in sort of economic policy, and they may or may not, but there is a chance that they would also contribute to inflation. And so, you know, it makes all the sense in the world to me to wait and try to bid out again. But I also wonder if there has been any talk about, I know that I'm sure you discussed the factors that play into the inflation that's happening right now, but, you know, here's my concern. You are heroic, Mr. Manchester, and, you know, you defer things and you make things work for a long time. And, you know, this is, I'm wondering how long can we go if the bids come in insanely high again? Sort of, you know, what's plan B? If the conditions don't change, like, is this just a factor of no vendors? Is this a factor of just the competitive atmosphere because a lot of people are trying to do the same kind of work, or what is it?
Mr. Manchester.
Good question. Councilmember Calvert, Mayor and Council. We did, you know, after we received the bid, we certainly made some phone calls. We think it was very competitive, and the time frame on this one is what caused it. So we had opened up this bid to have the work completed over the summer months. Essentially, there's a 3-month window. When we made some calls to some other contractors who generally would bid projects like this, they did say they were booked up. And so we feel like if we would maybe look at the time frame a little differently and then give them another time basically to bid, you know, there was a few that did say they would actually bid the project. Our plan B, certainly we hope we come back with a better bid and there's some competition. If we do get bids in the same range, something we will need to discuss with you. We hope we don't, but I mean, there's always that risk if we reject them and try again. As far as inflation goes, we've seen competition and inflation on a number of projects. You know, we try to make our estimates in line with that the best we can, so we're always constantly adjusting.
That was one. Do you have another one?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just wondering how many contractors do we have in that line of work?
Sure. Good question, Councilmember Calvert, Mayor and Council. We had 5 plan holders on this, and so there were 5 folks that looked at this specifically. They took out plans and looked at potentially bidding it. There's more than that. You know, the number kind of varies depending on if people come in or how they try. It depends on workload from different companies. You know, if they've got, the books are full, they don't look at this stuff very often, but if they're not, they certainly do.
Thank you.
Councilmember Romali.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just a couple of quick questions. Mr. Manchester, when did this RFP go out?
Councilmember Romali, we gave bidders about 3 weeks.
And when did it go out?
The date of it?
Mm-hmm.
I can pull it. I'm sorry, I don't have it in
No,
front of me.
just ballpark.
It would have been about 3 weeks before we took bids on the 12th, so November 12th.
Okay,
3
just
weeks prior.
curious. Because, you know, inflation rates have gone down significantly. We're between 2% and 3% now, so that shouldn't be a significant factor at this point. Although I understand that supply chain catch-up issues can play a factor, as you said, schedule, and so can companies' consideration of what the market is at that time, or AKA corporate gouging. I don't know if we want to call it that here, but it's been known to happen. That said, we'll have to see. I again agree with Councilmember Calvert what the future holds, and but I tend to agree that it's best to hold at this point, and appreciate the work that's gone into it and that your recommendations on this.
Any other comments, Council? Just a couple of quick things. I mean, a couple of years ago, we bid improvements to the community center. And the bids came in high, we rejected the bids. And we rebid again. We ended up not doing the work, but they came in at almost half. Because in bidding, there's competition, there's what's the labor market, what's the availability of workers. There's a lot of factors that can cause timing is everything in these sorts of circumstances. If somebody's book is full, they don't need the work, they're going to bid high, and we only got one bidder. 6 months from now, the situation could be totally different. The one question I have for Mr. Manchester is, I know the reason we're doing this is not because our current refrigeration system does not work. It's because the cost of operating that refrigeration system due to the use of Freon and so forth continues to go up because Freon, they're not making any more Freon in the United States, and there's a limited supply, and that's a supply and demand issue as well. If we had to, how long could we go with the current refrigeration system where we could get to the point where we're basically out of business on ice?
Yeah, good question, Mayor, and Council. There's about a 20-year lifespan on what's in there. It's about at year 21 currently, so everything's operating fine. The thing we would run into is if there's a repair, we need to find some of the R22 refrigerant. But I think it's not failing currently, but we want to make sure we're ahead of it so we don't get to that point and we're in an emergency situation.
Very good. So I too am supportive, and I really do believe that timing is everything. And if clearly inflation is a factor, but I don't really think that's the driver. I think it's supply and demand of what we need when we need it. And so I think if we can bid strategically, we can be in a much better place. And so your recommendation is a wise recommendation. I support it. So with that, unless anyone else has any other comments, we'll do a motion. Councilmember Wilburn.
I move that we cancel the public hearing and reject bids for the Ice Arena Rink B refrigeration improvement project.
And a second, Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Wilburn and a second by Councilmember Calvert. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romaley,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. So thanks everyone for that. So I've got 10 minutes to 8. We've got some items here that probably are going to take a little time. So I think we'll take a break now for until 5 minutes to 8, and then we'll go through the remaining items where we will be taking public comment, and we'll try and move along as quickly as we can. So let's take a 5 to 7 minute break. Thank you. All right. We're pretty close to on time, and I will reconvene the meeting. And this brings us to other business. And item 14A has a brief forward description, items relating to cannabis. And I will turn that over to Ms. Wishnak and Ms. Thomas. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I'll start, and then Ms. Wishnak will pick up. So to ensure compliance with the adult cannabis use laws that were passed by the state legislature in 2023, and to utilize the authority that was given to the cities under that law, staff is proposing 3 ordinances here this evening. You introduced these ordinances at a meeting in October. The first ordinance is some amendments to our zoning ordinance, which is Chapter 3 of the overall code. And that ordinance clarifies where cannabis-related businesses are allowed in our community. The second ordinance then refers to Chapters 6 and 7 in City Code, and that is specific to the retail registration or the registration of retail businesses in our community. It establishes a maximum of 5 retailers, outlines the process, and sets minimum buffers between the retailers and certain land uses, which we'll go over. And then the third ordinance is the public use ordinance, which sits in Chapters 10 and 11 of City Code, and that regulates where cannabis products can be used or cannot be used in public places. So the first ordinance then is the zoning ordinance amendment. The 13 different types of cannabis businesses that will be licensed by the state of Minnesota could generally fall into our existing zoning classifications. But staff is proposing this amendment to really add clarity to where businesses would be allowed, and to, in the zoning ordinance, reference or point back to the retail registration ordinance that Ms. Wishnak is going to discuss. The zoning amendments are, under existing ordinance, residentially zoned properties can be used for commercial agricultural purposes. Basically, someone could buy a vacant lot in our community and grow potatoes or said vegetable, any vegetable, for commercial sale. But under the proposed ordinance, cannabis cultivation for commercial purposes would be specifically excluded from commercial agriculture. Cannabis cultivation for personal uses is protected under state law. The second change then is that cannabis retail businesses would be permitted as permitted uses in those retail districts where we already allow retail, PID, B2, and B3, subject to the registration ordinance. Third, cannabis businesses would be allowed as accessory and conditional uses as retailers in our I-1 or industrial district. That really reflects the retail levels that we already allow in that district. And then finally, cannabis cultivators, manufacturers, wholesalers would be allowed as permitted uses, again, in that industrial district where we already have similar uses occurring. The commission, or the planning commission, I should say, considered the zoning ordinance at their last meeting on November 7th. They had very little discussion on this zoning component and unanimously recommended that the council approve this. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Wishnak to talk about registration.
Thank you, Susan. Again, as she stated earlier, it is for 5 retail locations within the city. And just a note, we talked about this last time, this does not apply to secondary retailers. So if you think of low potency hemp, those sorts of products are still allowed to be sold at various locations in the city. This is specific to cannabis retailers. So basically what happens is they would apply to the licensing division, that's in community development. They date and timestamp as we receive them, we would do that. And then we would review the ordinance and make sure that they were in compliance. And obviously, in the way the ordinance is written today, we would give preference to the PID zoning district. Now, if the council is, and I'll talk about what the Planning Commission thought about this particular issue, but if you're not ready to do that, we do have some alternative language for you, and it's prepared, and we'll pull it up when we come to that. Again, back to the process. So the registrations then would be issued by the Community Development Director, myself, for compliant businesses. And once they're registered, the remaining applications would then be denied officially. So again, back to this location standard and issuing them in the order they're received, the thought process of the PID zoning district is because they have a high concentration of commercial businesses already, and a third of the commercially guided businesses are of that area is in the Ridgedale area. In terms of what the Planning Commission said about this, there were 2 people that felt maybe this is not a good idea at all, so we should just remove this from the ordinance. The remaining commissioners, there was kind of a variety of opinions, and there was an idea to have maybe only the top 3 be considered for this area. After speaking with the city attorney, we're a little bit too close to controlling location too intimately, and so we were not able to do what the Planning Commission, some of the Planning Commissioners thought we should do. So if you have any specific questions about why that is, Corinne, I'm sure, can explain a little bit more about what the state law says and why the city probably is a little bit too far in their regulation of that. Buffers also was a topic of discussion. So the way the ordinance is drafted, retail locations would not be permitted within 1,000 feet of schools or 500 feet from any attraction within a public park. And there's a lot of language about how that works in the actual ordinance. The way it's drafted, it does not apply to daycares or residential care facilities because of the difficulty in trying to figure out all those locations and the movement and the ability for daycares to set up pretty much anywhere in the city, and you would have then a nonconformity with a business. So again, they were purposely put into the registration ordinance instead of the zoning ordinance for that very reason, but again, there would not be any in the current ordinance. So when the Planning Commission talked about this, they did talk about having it for only conditionally permitted daycares. And so I'll just go to the map for a second. I believe that, yes, on this map. So it kind of shows you the differences. And Susan, if you can kind of point as I talk on the left-hand side, this is what it looks like under the current drafting of the ordinance. But if you did then apply these buffers, you basically remove many parcels, and in fact some neighborhood areas. For instance, Glen Lake is totally removed by that kind of ordinance. So I think it really, again, is an opinion of the council whether or not how far you want to go in terms of that buffering language. Again, the Planning Commission kind of tried to hone in on not so heavy on the daycare, but tried to do the CUP thing. But you can see from the analysis that perhaps we're maybe preventing it from being in certain locations. Finally, on the buffers, just we would not have a buffer for any industrial type businesses, so that's not included in the ordinance. One last thing, now we're going to talk about where it can be used on public property. And you've gone over this, I think this is your 4th time going over this, so I hope it makes some sense. But it's important to understand what a public place does not include before you get into what you are regulating. So it does not include a private residence, including a yard. It does not include private property that is accessible to the public unless the property owner explicitly prohibits consumption on the property. And then finally, a premises of an establishment or even a location licensed by the state for on-site consumption. Under the ordinance, smoking, vaping, or ingesting any cannabis product is prohibited within 50 feet of any city outdoor swimming beach, playground, etc., all those locations. Now, last time it was confusing, right, when we introduced the ordinance. Where can you smoke today on city property and where can you not? Where can you consume alcohol? Where can you not? So there's a pretty, I would say, quite complete chart on where you can use those things. And so, and then smoking and vaping a cannabis product would actually be prohibited on any city park property, including recreational trails located within the park, but not including recreational trails outside a park. And I always give the example of like 101 or Plymouth Road. That's a trail that isn't located in a park. The second part of that is on any property upon which a city building is located. So think City Hall campus. You cannot smoke cannabis on City Hall campus. Can you smoke? Yes, in certain areas, but you cannot consume cannabis. That's the way the ordinance is drafted. The proposed ordinance, again, does not restrict use on city sidewalks or trails located outside of those parks. Also, it does not restrict that use on private property. There is a caveat, though. State law does prohibit cannabis use in any location where a minor could inhale smoke, aerosol, or vapor of a cannabis product. So there's kind of this overarching law as well. If you look closely at, and then we had some private property questions last time. I think you can kind of see the detail on especially multi-unit structures. And in some parts it says rental, and then in some parts it says multi-unit generally and not rental. It doesn't clarify that, so it just depends on what section you're looking at. But I would refer you to that chart. It's very helpful to kind of piece through what those requirements are. The Park Board did look at this public use ordinance and was in support of the language as it stood for the public use portion. So you've got a Planning Commission recommendation, you've got a Park Board recommendation. We heard from you at the intro, and I think we've hopefully answered most of the questions we had last time. And again, we do have parts of it redrafted, both on the buffer and the PID side. If you choose that you want different language, we're more than happy to do that right on the fly. So with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wishnak and Ms. Thomas, for your report. So I would, I'll turn to the council and ask if you have any questions of staff, not comments, questions. Then after we get our questions answered, then there will be opportunity for the public, anyone interested in commenting on these ordinances, you'll be invited to come forward and comment, and then the council will make its comments and will vote on the proposed ordinances. So that's the way we're going to move forward. So council questions, Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I have a pretty straightforward question. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this, and we have talked it to death. The one thing I'm still struggling with, probably no surprise to you, but is the PID provision. Can you just tell me again staff's rationale on that?
Sure.
Ms. Wishnak.
Mayor and Councilmember Shack, I think that when we first thought about this, we thought about where the concentration of businesses are located, and obviously that's the 394 corridor. And the idea is that the priority given to that area would be like other businesses in that area. When you put it in a neighborhood commercial area, it tends to get maybe a little bit more attention. It's a little bit closer to some housing areas, that sort of thing. Think at Glen Lake, near the strip mall, putting a use like that in is right against other housing areas. Whereas in the PID district, that tends to be a little bit more commercial and freeway and that sort of thing. So I think that was definitely part of our thought process. Also, the most zoned property for this kind of use is in that area, a third of the commercially guided businesses. So I think those two factors led to that recommendation. Again, I wouldn't say we feel totally strongly about it. I think if you asked us, we could go either way, of course. So it just depends on the council's opinion about it.
Thank you, Ms. Wishnak. Other questions, Councilmember Romali?
Yes, could you also clarify, you said that we couldn't do like a 3 out of 5 with the preference. So I'm just kind of curious about that. I take your word for it that it's not possible, but could you maybe just say a couple words?
Ms. Heine.
The state law, Mayor and members of the council, the state law talks about allowing cities to set a limit per population for the entire city. And it doesn't talk about setting limits of, numerical limits for specific zoning districts. In a separate ordinance or in a separate part of the statute, it does talk about setting locational requirements, which are those distance requirements of 1,000 feet, 500 feet. And so my concern is that if you're looking at the statute and how it was drafted, that it was not intended to say you can set your limit by zoning district.
Can I follow up on
Councilmember,
that?
yes.
Thank you, Mayor. So if it's a problem with 3, why isn't it a problem with 5?
The state law specifically allows the city to set the limit according to the entire city, which for 60,000 divided by.
Yeah, thank you. I understand that. But I'm saying if we're circumscribing location for 3 and giving preference for the first 3 to go into the PID, 394 PID, then what's the difference between doing it for 3 versus doing it for up to 5 businesses? That's what I'm kind of struggling with a little bit. And again, this isn't a big deal, but.
Well, my understanding was that the Planning Commission was saying that there should be an established limit of no more than 3 within the district, the PID district. And maybe I got this wrong, but regardless of how the applications come in. So it wasn't just a matter of sorting the applications as they come in, but setting a limit and saying in this district no more than 3, which is true.
That's true.
Oh, my understanding, I'm sorry. I thought my understanding was, preference bumped to the head of the line until 1 through 3 are filled, and then it's wherever. Am I incorrect in that? And is that what we're looking at? Thank you.
Ms. Wishnak.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Romali. I think it was a little of both. So you heard some from some commissioners. I didn't think there was consensus from that discussion, whether or not there were some that said a limit of 3. Some said move the 3 to the top. So it just depended on whose testimony you were listening to.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess to follow up on that, given law then, are we saying then that it isn't possible to do that filling 1, 2, 3 preference, and then after that, first come, first serve?
If we're talking about how the initial applications would be processed and not something that lives on beyond initial processing, that might be possible.
Thank you. That would be my preference, and I think Councilmember Shack might be also. Let's give preference to bump those who are in the I-394 PID, for until spots 1 through 3 are filled, and then let the others be wherever instead of bumping everybody up to that, preference 1 through 5. I think that's more of a middle road to what's being proposed here. And so anyway, that was my question, not my comment.
Ms. Wishnek.
Yeah, I think Mayor and Councilmember Romele, I think we're in new territory here. So I think that's why we're a little nervous about how it's drafted. And I think if that's the council's consensus, then perhaps we would have to just be clearer about how that would be written. I don't think our redrafting, I think we took it out entirely in the redrafting if people just didn't want that at all. And that frankly might be simpler. I don't know. So we'll see what the rest of the discussion brings.
Council, other questions? Councilmember Foster Bolton.
I just wanted to clarify the minor. So it's the state law prohibits any usage of vaping or smoking where a minor could inhale. So does that mean that, and number one, how would that be enforced? So if I had my grandkids, I don't have any yet, but my little kids are going along the Plymouth Road Trail, right? And somebody's vaping. And the kids could inhale this, or, I mean, would I technically be able to call the police? I mean, how does that work?
Ms. Wishnak, excuse
Sure.
me.
Clarity, Councilmember Foster Bolton. Again, vaping cannabis, not just vaping. Yeah,
Okay, that's what I meant.
Clear for the
Sorry.
public, not for you.
Yeah.
But technically, it would be a violation, yes. Whether or not police would arrive in time to witness, and whether or not they have the capacity to do that, I'm thinking that would be difficult. But the chief's here, so if you want to talk to him, I'm sure he'll come up.
Chief, I'm not sure we want to put you on that spot, but good evening, welcome, good to see you.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilmember Foster Bolton. Yeah, I guess the statute, the black and white of the statute would make it a violation. It would be very difficult. I mean, it would have to be timing, and I look at more educational. I mean, I just think those encounters are an opportunity to be more educational, unless it's an environment that we think is very unsafe. I just think it'd be very difficult to enforce.
Councilmember Romele.
Question, Chief, while we have you. Since this has been enacted, and I know has there been any incidents of issues along these lines?
Mayor, Councilmember Romele, we looked at this was as of October 7th, and when this law was enacted, probably 400 some days prior to that, more so in our city facility parks, we had 6 calls for service. So it's a very small number. In general, possession, marijuana use, even prior to the law change, was very rare. We have not done much enforcement in Hennepin County around the use of marijuana for several years, even prior to the law change.
Thank you, Chief.
Council, other questions for staff? Thanks, Chief. You can sit wherever you want. Other questions? I'm not seeing any from council, but I have one regarding kind of a jurisdictional issue. We are talking about limiting or not allowing use of cannabis, smoking of cannabis, vaping of cannabis in parks or on trails within parks. But we have a lot of trails that are not within parks. We have the LRT trail that goes through the city and is heavily used, but that's not within a park. Jurisdictionally, is that still the city's right to do that, or is that up to Three Rivers? Or do they have, who has authority for a trail that's controlled by another government entity within the city limits of Minnetonka? Because if Three Rivers has that jurisdiction, I could see them imposing rules on vaping and so forth on their trails, but they might not. And so I'm just wondering, where does that fall, or will it, because nobody wants to touch it, it kind of kind of fall through the cracks. And so we have unintended consequences there because nobody wanted to step up and take responsibility for that jurisdiction within the city. So help me with that one.
Corinne can correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor, but that would be under the jurisdiction of Three Rivers Park District. And I haven't looked up their regulations lately, or if they're considering additional regulation on cannabis. So that's something to follow up on.
Very
But Corinne, unless you know something else.
I would need to look into it. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
If somebody's riding an electric bike that's beyond
Below
the speed
10 miles per
that's-
hour, by the way. but-
Right, that violates state law, and they're riding it on their trail. Could our officers take action? I think they probably could, even though it's a Three Rivers Park Trail, but it's something we would need to look at.
Very good. Council, any other questions? All right, then seeing none, I'm going to offer the opportunity for anyone in the audience who would like to comment on these proposed ordinances. As is the case, we expect you to come forward, state your name and address. Please be brief, but please comment and let us know what is on your mind regarding these proposed ordinances. Is there anyone who would like to address the council on cannabis? Anyone else? If you do, please come forward, state your name, address, and tell us what you'd like us to know. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Wendy Holland. I live in Minnetonka.
And could you give your address too, please?
5537 County Road 101.
Thank you.
I'm not even here for this issue, so I'm not real educated on it. But I just have a comment because I've worked in the field of alcohol and drug addiction for 40-some years with Hazelden and probably every level of care there is in addiction. And I would just really encourage you, I know, to take the time. Someone said that people are nervous about this issue. I think it's okay to be nervous about this issue. It's a big issue that affects, families, every generation. And I would just encourage you to extend the boundaries of cannabis use around children and around daycares. I would encourage you to take your time with that, because if it takes more research, I think it's worth it. It affects a lot of families, and I don't think the little kids should even have to smell it. And 500 feet, not a real big deal in my book. So anyway, it's a huge issue, and it's, again, it affects every member of a family and a lot of generations these days, if I said that right. But anyway, that's all I have. I'm not even here for this issue, but it's a big one. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else? Anyone at all? Okay, I've asked, does anyone else want to speak enough? So I'm going to end the public comment on this item and bring it back to the council for comments and a vote. Anyone? Councilor Shack?
Thank you, Mayor. Cutting right to the chase, I think we've talked about the public use so much, and I'm comfortable with where we landed, even if it maybe wasn't how I would write it. I think we've kind of gotten there together as a group. Regarding the PID is really the issue that I've thought a lot about. And I just think about, this morning I kind of fleshed out a scenario. So say 7 applications come in and the first 3 are for the PID area, so they move forward. And then the next 2 say one's for 7 and 101 and one's for Opus. I don't know. And then the second 2 are for the PID. Then we would have 5 for the PID, and the other ones would fall, and I just don't feel right about that. I also think, we are so deliberate with our liquor stores and, geographically where they're located and how they're spread out. And to take kind of the converse on this, I'd be comfortable maybe with what, I mean, my preference would just be let the market drive this. I think the market's going to manage itself one way or another. There probably are going to be a disproportionate amount in the Ridgedale area, and that's fine. I would be comfortable with something that said we'd give preference to the first 3 in the PID, and then the rest would be, you know, just the same, but maybe not the 5. But again, my inclination is probably to go, just drop that altogether, which I think is how staff has an alternative drafted. On the daycare piece, I just think we're asking for trouble if we include the daycare because of the fluidity of how those daycares are operating. And so I'm comfortable with everything else as drafted.
Thank you, Councilmember Coakley.
Thank you, Mayor. I kind of don't agree with the PID. I think that it plays favoritism, and I feel like if it's a smaller company who wants to, a smaller business who wants to get into this, I think it gives favoritism for Ridgedale area, and so I don't really agree with that at all. I think we should do away with that because it's competitive, and Ridgedale, I believe, is going to be more expensive to be in that area because of the mall area. So, and that would make it harder for smaller businesses to compete. And so that's how I see it, as it could be favoritism. So I don't agree with it.
Other comments from council members? Councilor Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to, you know, I've really struggled with the PID issue as well, and I just tend to agree with Councilmember Shack on her assessment. So, little torn. I completely appreciate the rationale that staff gave for, you know, how they're thinking about the PID, but the whole point of all of the other regulations is to make sure that they meet our requirements as a city. And so whether it's in a PID or someplace else, they have to meet all of the buffer requirements no matter what. So I really appreciate what Councilmember Coakley and Councilmember Shack brought up, and I'm a little torn. I'm not quite sure. I don't know that it's something that I would need to stand on a high hill, but there's good rationale to Councilmember Shack's arguments on that point.
Other comments, council? Councilor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, I agree with what's already been said. I would be able to support either the 3, or if staff thinks that's problematic, I would do none in terms of the PID preference.
Anyone else? Councilmember Foster Bolton.
Thank you. Yeah, I would prefer to do none as well.
All right. Anyone else? All right. A couple of quick things on that. You know, I'm kind of torn on that one too. I think having preference for the Ridgedale area, the PID area, makes sense because that part of our city gets 1.3 million visitors, including Minnetonka residents, every month. It is the commercial hub of our city. So I think even though it probably is more expensive, I also think that from a business perspective, anyone who wants to start a new business and have it succeed would likely want to locate it there. But that's kind of a free market issue, and I think free market in this circumstance makes sense. I think that if we put no restrictions on it, we'll probably end up with, you know, probably at least 3 dispensaries in that part of the city. You know, I've debated, you know, just in conversations with myself, is this something, well, we've got 4 wards. Do we want 1 dispensary in each ward and maybe 2 in our biggest commercial area? And that would be another way of doing it. But, you know, let's let the market work. I mean, people are going to put their businesses where they make the most sense for them. I'm on record as saying I'm not a big fan of this business, but that doesn't matter. We're going to need to regulate it to the degree that the city is allowed to do that, and we want to do that. But I think let's make sure that that the things that we do make good sense. And to me, being as restrictive as we can in terms of the sale of cannabis in our city to keep it away from youth and not create more health and addiction problems within our city is what I want to do. But our hands are pretty much tied by the state, and we are required to implement something. You know, let's do it as well as we can, but then let's not worry about it too much. Let's execute well, because I think strategically in terms of the rules we're going to make, it's not really going to make that much difference in our city. So let's pass this and move it on. Councilmember Wilburn.
Sorry, I thought of a question afterwards. A question for staff. So if we did the option that they're showing at the bottom there with on the conditionally permitted daycare, adding that buffer, do you think that's then getting too exclusionary as far as where businesses would be allowed to operate?
Mayor and council member, I think that it does take out quite a few parcels of land. What was the number again, Susan? Was it?
It's a little over 40, I believe.
Yeah, 40 more parcels of land if you do the CUP buffer for daycares. It does take out full neighborhoods though, so like you're excluding Glen Lake in this situation and some other areas by 101 by the high school. And then south of Ridgedale, there's another area you would remove because of like Tierra Cantata, that area. Anyway, so it does take out a number, so it depends on how comfortable you are with that.
Thank you.
And, you know, just to comment on that, you know, there's a big part of me that would like to be as restrictive as we can be, and I certainly want to protect, you know, people in daycares and limit the risks to underage people. But I understand the staff difficulty of, well, we don't know where everybody is and we're not in constant contact with them and things like that. So then, as I've thought this through, my thought was that what happened is if somebody located a dispensary somewhere in the city, they got their approvals, they were somewhere in the city, and then they found out that they were not meeting their buffer requirement for a daycare. The onus would not be on the daycare, it would be on the dispensary. And so then that dispensary would be required to move, which would be an expensive proposition. I mean, wouldn't they, you know, if they were not consistent with the buffer requirement they have in place, what would be the implication to that business?
Mayor, what would happen is basically they couldn't resell or like a new business couldn't come in that same location, but they could continue until such a time something changed.
All right, but given the rules then, I mean, that would have a diminishing impact on the value of that business, I think it's fair to say.
Exactly.
So then, kind of the unintended consequence, but maybe a beneficial consequences, by having those buffers, we would force the business to avoid this problem because they couldn't control it, to go into places where they can control their destiny. And that would significantly restrict the location of dispensaries, because who wants to take the risk that all of a sudden I've made a decision and through something totally out of my control, my business is going to be devalued. So in a way, in a perverse way, by implementing that restriction, I think we would significantly restrict the locations of dispensaries, because people would, business operators would want to avoid that uncontrollable consequence. So I mean, I think it's a little bit convoluted, but I also think it would, if we put those restrictions in, it would have a significant impact on where dispensaries would end up locating, because I think people would not want to take that risk as a business person. Councilmember Wilburn.
So, but just so I'm clear, so my understanding is with this option, so it's only for conditionally permitted daycares, so would the city not be aware of where those are? And if an application came in for a property within 500 feet, would, you know,
Right.
would let them know ahead of time?
Right.
Yes.
So I think, I think there's a lot of things going on here. So I think the mayor might have been talking more globally about any daycare, right, Mayor?
Well,
And,
yes, and.
Okay.
I mean,
And
because I
then-
understand the difference, what we're saying between conditionally conditional use permit daycares and others.
Right.
But I think, you know, it creates a bit of an unknown for a licensor, and so I think they'd be very, very careful in selecting their location, and that might not be undesirable from a policy perspective.
Right, CUP locations are definitely known. Those are processed by the city, and we know that. And they're larger daycares, like we were talking about. So, Mayor, if I could just summarize. So what I've heard so far is maybe the first option here is the only option that maybe what I heard in terms of consensus would be just taking out that language altogether, PID, not do the 3, not do the 500 feet from conditionally permitted.
Yeah, I'm not pressing for that. I'm just trying to point out what the consequence of having that could be, and if that's attractive to council members, they can say that, but I'm not pushing for that in any way. Councilor Calvert.
I also had a question that I have forgotten to ask, and that is, you know, there are definitions for cannabis business, and they have to do with what percentage of the business is cannabis. Does that include paraphernalia, or is it just the substances?
Corinne, do you want to take that one?
My recollection is that it just relates to the cannabis products, which are defined in statute, and it includes the flower and the.
Okay.
I don't believe that it would include only paraphernalia, like a pipe.
Okay.
All right. So we've got our, we're really in the comment period. Is there, we've heard from the public. Councilor Shack, would you like to move us ahead?
Yeah, I mean, to the extent that we can, I heard a general consensus to what Ms. Wishnack outlined a couple minutes ago. I hear the mayor's point. I'm not personally, and he and I may disagree on this a little bit, but I'm not personally really interested in getting into, you know, managing the market in some kind of a way. I feel pretty uncomfortable with that. So I would be prepared to make the motion to approve the ordinances, all 3, as discussed, with no preference on locations or PID, and then no restriction regarding daycares.
Is there a second? Councilmember.
I'll second.
Foster-Bolton. Okay, we've got a motion by Councilmember Shack and a second by Councilmember Foster-Bolton. Any last comments anyone wants to make before we vote?
This is harder than it looks. We've talked about it a lot, so here we go. Buckle
All right. Ms. Larson, would you like to please call roll?
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romalee,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. All right. We're making progress. Item 14B is certification of delinquent utility charges to the Hennepin County Auditor. And Mr. Mary, welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Yeah. Thank you. Good evening. Good to be here, Mayor and members of council. So the item before you is our annual delinquent certification of utility charges for collection in the following year, in this case 2025 property taxes. Consistent with previous council action, staff proposes the certification of delinquent accounts, including interest rate of 10% on the unpaid balance, and the interest is calculated December 1st of 2025 through December 31st of 2025. And these are just a one-year assessment. Additionally, there is a $25 administrative fee that is added for the costs there. So all accounts that are going to be certified have been or all the account holders have been notified in writing of the pending certification, have had at least a month to pay the past due arrears. It's actually been about 4 months. The outstanding balances are about 4 months past due. And then additionally, throughout the process, property owners were provided information on available resources for assistance in helping to pay these balances if they were to qualify for those. And the actual number of accounts to be certified is always lower than the original list that was sent to you. It's just a matter of the timing from when it has to be prepared to when the deadline is for Hennepin County. Case in point, in the listing that you have, the number of delinquent accounts was actually up 26 accounts, or 6.4% compared to last year. However, over the weekend, we did receive about $35,000 in payments, about 44 accounts, so that actually reduces that number down from the prior year to 18 accounts lower, or 4.4% lower than last year. So within the ballpark. And also I wanted to note that about 70% of the properties are the same properties. So just food for thought there on that. So for appeals, in the formal notification, we did notify customers that they had the right to be heard before council. We have not heard anything yet of anyone, but you know, if there isn't anyone here that wants to present their case in front of council, they're afforded that opportunity to do that this evening. So,
very good.
So,
any questions for Mr. Mary? Councilmember Wilburn.
Really quickly, so thank you for the information. I was the one that had asked about what options residents have if they're in financial difficulty, and so thank you for letting us know. But so if someone was having financial difficulty and wasn't able to pay the full amount, can they make, you know, a deal with the city and say, I can make monthly payments or whatever to not
yeah,
go through this?
we do work with customers that are in that situation. We help them, you know, try to come up with a payment plan to catch up and get caught up on their bills. But ultimately, at the end of the day, if it can't get paid and it's at that cutoff point, it is in this list for certification.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. Did I understand that did you say 70% are the same?
Approximately 70% are the same properties from prior year. So a lot of it is, well,
yeah, I mean, I'm curious. So.
Yeah, right. Some property owners just find it easier to have it certified to their property taxes and pay it. So a large portion. So.
Okay, and then, so I have a second question. So the largest amount is in a multifamily.
So those payments I referred to that came in over the weekend, one of those was that property. So.
Okay, because my question really was, you know, if a multifamily property manager or owner is not paying, I started wondering how that would affect the residents and sort of what the recourse is for them and for us.
Right, it would just increase their bills because they're going to have those fees, but they've been collecting it from residents as well. So, but they did pay that. So that large one did get paid.
That's a huge relief. That's great. Thank you very much.
Very good. Councilmember Coakley.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a similar question to that, and I'm glad to hear the large one got paid, and there was another large one for the $6,000, and just curious about that one. Did that one get paid?
I believe that one was paid as well.
Okay, because my question that I had, like if they're not paying this large amount of bills, I know it goes to the property tax, But then if they're not paying that bill, it led me to think, okay, maybe they're in a bad situation and maybe they can't even pay the property taxes. Then I was asking city manager, is that like saying that they could possibly lose their property if they haven't paid?
Well, that process would go through the state and the county for that, for not paying the property taxes. So I guess maybe a legal question for Corrine on that, about the whole legal process of somebody losing their property because they're not paying their taxes. But
well, I mean, I do understand the part where if they don't pay their taxes, then they could possibly lose their home. I was just wondering, like, do we have situations, or have we had situations where someone has got so far behind in their water bill that it went to their property taxes, then they just couldn't get out of the hole, and then they start to lose their property. So I was just curious about that.
not that I'm aware of. I can't say it's never happened, but I would assume we probably would have heard about that if it would have happened. So I have not heard of that. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mary. I think you qualified for getting the most questions on this topic that I can remember in probably the last 10 years. So you handled them admirably. So I really appreciate that. Any last questions, Council? I think we're good. So thank you so much. And I mean, this is I would say to residents, this is probably not the cheapest way or the most convenient. Well, it may be the most convenient way to pay your utility bills, but it's not the cheapest way to do it. So I'd recommend that if you can avoid this process, please do that. But anyway, so with that, Council, is there someone who would like to make a motion? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I make the motion to certify the delinquent utility charges to the Hennepin County Auditor.
And a second, Councilmember Coakley.
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Coakley. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romalee,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wearsum.
Yes, motion carries. Which brings us to item 14C, ordinances regarding dogs at large, dogs at large and animals in parks. And I believe, Mr. Kumka, you have that report.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. Yes. So a little bit of a background, but I want to remind Council that this is something that the city has been considering for well over a decade now, the issue of off-leash dogs in the city. But more recently, city staff prepared 2 ordinances that amend the existing regulations related to off-leash dogs, both in the city at large and public parks specifically. The ordinances were introduced at the October 28th City Council meeting, just last month. City Council at that point motioned to have the Park Board review and comment on those ordinances related to the parks, and I'll get into the details of what the Park Board said about that in a little bit here. Comments from the public have been received on Minnetonka matters for the last few weeks, and there's a summary of those included in the packet. So Minnetonka City Code Section 925085. Dogs at large. Dogs at large generally refer to animals being off the property of the person who owns them. That's citywide, obviously. The new ordinance would require dogs to be on leash. Currently, it's written that that leash would be a 20-foot retractable leash and that dogs would be required to be brought in within 6 feet when near others. The proposed effective date of that ordinance, if adopted, would be January 1st, 2025. In the report, you'll find a list of our comparable cities and their related leash ordinances. You can see in this table here, the city of Woodbury doesn't require a maximum leash length, and only the other city of Lakeville doesn't have a current leash requirement at this point. City Code Section 11.18.24, Animals in the Parks. So the new ordinance requires dogs to be on leash or allowed to run off leash in designated areas. Again, a 20-foot retractable leash with dogs being required to be brought in within 6 feet when near others. There would be designated areas that would be defined by signage and/or fencing. The currently proposed effective date of this would be April 1st, 2025. This would be after a community work group, and I'll get into more details about the specifics of that, would provide their recommendations to City Council and the Park Board related to these designated off-leash areas and how they would be defined and determined. We did receive, as I mentioned, comments from the park board at their November 6th meeting. They received a presentation from me. They expressed concerns regarding the concept of a 20-foot retractable leash. They listed a variety of scenarios, such as the leash being pulled out in front of a biker on a trail in a park, and the inability of that dog owner to be able to bring that dog in from a 20 leash in a relatively short order to avoid disturbing another. Again, to use the term disturb, they talked about this concept of hazard and disturb in the language, and we have checked in with the city attorney, and she advised that no really further clarification would be necessary, as that language mirrors state statute on generally disorderly conduct. So we wouldn't need to further define hazard or disturb. The members also questioned the concept of the ordinance prohibiting dogs being off-leash on another resident's property. Maybe they had their backyard barn fire and they had their dog running around in the leash, off-leash in that other person's yard. But we want to note that enforcement is based on complaint in that scenario. If there was to be a call received, the police would arrive, obviously, but to enforce this ordinance would be related to a specific complaint. The members also discussed the staggering of these effective dates between the citywide ordinance going into effect on January 1st and the effect of the park-wide ordinance beginning on April 1st. There was some conversation about that, but ultimately the park board recommended no changes to those ordinances. We did receive in the packet a statement from the police department, and we have Captain Meehan tonight to go through some items there.
Good evening, Captain. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. Mayor, council members, the main issue that we have with enforcement right now with our citywide ordinance has to do with the terms at heel and under voice command. Those are very undefined terms, and so it's hard for us to enforce those. As far as the parks go, our biggest enforcement issue is that we have unclear off-leash areas. They're not very well designated, the signage isn't good, and we have actually had citations dismissed because of the lack of defined boundaries and signage. So those are the issues with our current ordinances. On looking at the new ordinances, we don't see any specific enforcement problems for the citywide ordinance. We do support the proposed retractable 20-inch leash length because we believe it'll be easier to enforce from a distance.
20 feet, not 20 inch.
20 foot, sorry about that, thank you.
Good, thank you, pardon my clarification.
As far as the parks go, we also believe those ordinances will be easier to enforce because it will give clear boundaries and good signage where it'll be easier to tell which areas are designated as off-leash. We will continue to have the ongoing challenge that the size of some of our parks makes it difficult to find offenders when we do get complaints, but that would be an issue even if the whole park was made on-leash or off-leash. So that's an issue no matter what. So while there's no perfect solution, the police department does believe that these ordinances, new ordinance, will make our enforcement much easier.
Thank you, Captain.
Couple more slides here.
Very good.
I briefly mentioned the resident community work group. The mission of this group would be to develop recommendations regarding the specifics of these designated off-leash areas. Currently, we're thinking it would be comprised of 9 to 15 residents, city staff, council members, park board, public safety folks. This would be a cross-section of individuals that we would invite to this group. There'd be certainly we already met with consultants who are specialists in this sort of community engagement around issues that require a lot of conversation. And ultimately, the group would provide input specifically related to our park systems and the characteristics of those off-leash areas and where they're possible. We did receive a variety of public feedback. The Minnetonka Matters page was open for several weeks to collect resident feedback. We saw 1,300 page views and 125 guest book posts. All those comments have been attached to the report, as I mentioned. And finally, next steps. Our recommended actions tonight would be a motion to adopt the ordinance related to the animals within city parks and a motion to adopt the ordinance relating to dogs at large citywide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kamka. I will ask council if they have any questions for you first. We've been through this a little bit, but are there any questions? Councilor You know, I knew I could depend on you. Thank you, Councilmember Romali.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and I appreciate the opportunity. I have to say this has been a learning experience for me as a newer council member, so who came in kind of partway through this process. And so I'd like to ask for staff to help clarify a few issues and the more recent timeline and kind of the overall context, both for myself and also for those in the audience who haven't read in granular detail either the staff report or attended or listened to the many park board and city council meetings on this issue over the last year or two. So if I could just start out. The first issue or clarification I just wanted to get at is, according to the police report and Sergeant Meehan, one major issue causing problems is unclear, or actually in reality a lack of definition of what at close heel or voice commands mean, because both of those things are in the current ordinance. That also wasn't clarified here in this report or elsewhere. And so according to my research, just, for all of our context, according to my research, a dog being under voice command means that when you verbally command the dog to sit or stay or down, get down or come or heel, that means they immediately obey without additional body language, treats, toys, remote collars, or a leash. And it means they obey regardless of whether they see another dog, a squirrel, or another animal or human that they may want to investigate or play with or chase. And so by that definition, according to kind of the research that I've done, less than 20% of dogs are under voice command, according to at least one statistic. And there's not a lot out there, but that pretty much jives with my experience as a dog owner, lover, and park observer. So is there anything, first of all, to clarify, Mr. Kumka or anybody else, does that seem clear? Does that seem about on point?
Mayor, council member, that's my understanding of under voice command, is you get an immediate response from that dog upon the first command.
Yes, okay, so I just wanted to make sure everybody else in our viewing audience as well as on council kind of is cognizant of that as the discussion goes forward. Another issue and clarification that was brought up by the sergeant is unclear signage and a definition of maintained versus non-maintained areas. And that has brought upon us non-compliance and enforcement challenges. Correct? Okay. So for me, coming from my perspective, for well over a year before, from my looking at previous park board meetings, even before I came on council, park board members had repeatedly expressed an interest in clarifying signage regarding leash and non-leash areas in Purgatory Park in the immediate term. So that was my observation from going back as a new council member and kind of looking at past and also since. And I have to say, since March, which was my second month in office of this year, I have also repeatedly advocated for clarified park regulation signage, not only to provide clarity for residents, but also to enable the collection of hard data regarding compliance with it. So for whatever reason, regardless, neither the park board suggestions or my input got traction. I take that upon myself because, I now realize that in order for it to get traction, I needed to get other support from members on city council, which I did not do. I voiced my concerns and desires, through the channel of the city manager without having that additional support. So that's on me. However, regardless, new signage was posted in Purgatory only after a joint city council and park board meeting in September, when I finally called for it publicly, and at least one park board commissioner verbally supported that call. Unfortunately, the new signage was added, but it was also unclear. And secondly, the old signage remained. So this really didn't do anything to remedy the situation or allow any meaningful data collection, which is what I personally had hoped for. So point of clarification for all of us on that. Next issue and clarification is that non-leash areas are adjacent to leash required in private property areas with currently no fencing or other type of barrier. And this has been cited as a non-compliance and enforcement challenge. And for me personally, from kind of question to comment, this brings into question for me, for staff, the viability of compliance with these issues without fencing. I'm just not sure, how, and I would like to hear from staff. But again, we haven't had clear regulations against which to measure compliance of the current regulations. So we really lack would be a useful data point as we go forward with this process. And that leads to our unenforceable ordinance, which was also just commented on. Not only, the unclear signage and the lack of clarity in our ordinance itself has led to cases being dismissed, which has then fed further non-compliance because people realize that they're not going to be cited. And so, the compliance goes on and they can simply say, hey, we don't have clear regulation. So in terms of the leash and the retractable leash length, and the fact that I wanted to reiterate that Minnetonka is an outlier in that our current dog ordinance allows non-leashed dogs in public areas and parks outside of designated dog areas as long as they are under voice control, and we've just gone over the issues with that, aside from Lakeville. However, I'd like to also be clear when we're talking about this retractable law is that according to the chart that staff provided, a majority of other cities are not allowing use of a retractable leash at this time. So that is why in the last meeting that introduced this, I looked forward to Park Board's views on the retractable leash and length. So there is no formal recommendation on this issue from the Park Board. So again, I feel like that's on me, and in the future I will more clearly state that I am requesting a clear recommendation from the Park Board. We did not get that in this instance. Next issue, sorry for the long kind of going on, but I think all of these issues are important as we consider going forward. Resident feedback on the Purgatory Park Master Plan, the initial master plan. I want to give credence to some of the folks here in the audience tonight who pointed out, and rightly, that while a significant minority of resident feedback on the Purgatory Park Master Plan opposed current off-leash dogs and wanted change in a more stringent regulation, they did not constitute a majority. They were a significant minority, however. Thereafter, we had heated Park Board meeting hearings on this topic, some of which went off the rails, and unfortunately included harassment of proponents of more stringent leash laws, which I felt was very unfortunate and didn't reflect well on those who were opposing it. So the decision was ultimately made not to include the leash law in the final Purgatory Park Master Plan passage in June, and to consider the dog ordinances separately. However, while this decision never meant that the leash issue was going to go away in regards to either Purgatory Park or the city at large, it's really clear from the comments that we've recently received that a good number of residents didn't understand this. So when staff then proposed these leash ordinances again and put them forward for City Council and Park Board considerations, some residents have perceived, as we can see in the comments, that these ordinances are suspicious or, as somehow being unethical, which, by the way, I categorically reject. So, from my viewpoint, this hasn't been an ideal process, but I really wanted to be transparent and make sure we're all on the same page about that. Despite my immense respect for staff and the personal pressures that staff has been under over the past year, I think we all needed to have this fuller understanding of how the process has kind of played out as we hopefully respectfully discuss this issue for the remainder of the evening. Thank you.
So is there a question?
Yes.
Because we are in the question. So if there is a question, would you please state it?
Yes, I will. Why I would like to hear the rationale for keeping the 20-foot retractable leash in the ordinance, given the comments and the other issues with it.
I'm going to have to, Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Kumko.
I'm going to have to refer to public safety on the particulars of why a 20-foot retractable leash seems reasonable at this time.
Captain Meehan.
Yes, thank you. There's a couple of reasons for this. The first is that we thought that it makes kind of an easier transition from having no leashes to allowing a 20-foot retractable lead. It's also a really, really common leash that people use. And so we were a little concerned that if you take away a leash that people use every single day, that we then would be still dealing with trying to enforce people that have a retractable lead, saying my dog is on lead, it's just not a 6-foot lead. But also, it's the extremes. It's easier to see that the dog is on lead, even if it's a 20-foot lead, down to a 6-foot lead. You can see that. We just don't want anything in between. We don't want it 8, 10, 16. That's what starts making things more complicated. So that's why we support the 20-foot lead.
I do have one follow-up question,
You
and
may,
then I'll be
yeah.
done. 16 feet is also a very common and typical leash length. Is there any thought to that consideration of that length?
I think it's just a matter of the distance. The 20-foot seems to be a reasonable distance that we can see from a distance, just a bigger distance from 6-foot, if that makes any sense at all. But it's just more common from our view of what people are using out there.
Thank
It's
you.
more reasonable.
Thank you, Captain Meehan. So, does council, are there any other questions for staff? Okay.
I have
Very
one
good.
question, Mayor. Thank you. My understanding, so first of all of these ordinances are complaint enforced. And I just wanted to know, my understanding is that the complaints have been quite low over time. That is not to say there are probably unreported incidents, but in terms of, attacks, bites, complaints, do we have stats on that?
Captain.
And
City
I'm
Council.
sorry,
That's okay.
Captain Me, I'm just wondering also the time period for that number.
So the stats are a little bit difficult when it comes to this because of the way our computer system works. All animal complaints are coded just as animal complaints, whether they're dog at large, whether it's turkeys in the roadway, whatever it is. So to pull out specific complaints regarding dogs at large or dog-on-dog fights, that's a little bit difficult to do. But just to give you an idea, in 2023, we had 1,219 animal complaints. Again, that's all-encompassing. And to pull those out, the dog complaints themselves, we'd have to go individually through each and every call. So that's why that's difficult. However, last year when we were looking at this, we did pull the numbers for Purgatory Park in and of itself. So from January 1st to October 10th of 2023, we had 26 calls to Purgatory. Of those, 22 were related to dogs, and it had to do with lost dogs, found dogs, dogs running at large, and a couple of dog-on-dog fights and a dog bite to a human. So that's kind of a snapshot of what we had last year when we pulled these numbers. This year, the only other stats that I have is for 2023, we wrote only 6 dog-at-large citations, and again, that happens to fall under the issues that we do have with our ordinances. This year, trying to control a little bit more, we wrote 17 citations this year for that same thing.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? All right, well, I see a room full of people, and I have a sense that at least some of you are going to want to make comments tonight. So I'd like to just first start out and ask, if you intend to speak tonight on this topic, would you please raise your hand? I'd like a sense for how many people we're going to have. Okay, that's helpful. So what I'm going to recommend is the way we want to work this is we want to be orderly, we want to be respectful. And I promise you that you will be treated respectfully by council and by staff tonight. But these issues are challenging and they're emotional because I have a dog. I love my dog. I think most people love their dogs, and so this gets to be it can be a very emotional issue. And what the council wants to do is make good, objective decisions that are fair. that are fair to the residents of our city and to the people who come and visit our city and use our parks. So that's our goal tonight. So we want information, but we don't want accusations. We don't want name calling. We don't want applauding. What we want to do is hear factual information. And I will hold you to that. If I feel like we're getting out of control, I will just adjourn the meeting. And I have the authority to do that. So I expect people to be respectful, to be brief, and to tell us what's on your mind. And please identify yourself as you come forward. Now, I've done a number of these meetings where we've had large groups of people. And what I have found works the best is that people line up at the podium. And not everybody has to come at the same time. But please line up and watch the line. Because when there's no line, I will close the public hearing. And if somebody wasn't paying attention or looking at their phone and they wanted to speak and they missed it, too bad. You missed your opportunity. So we're going to have an orderly process. I ask that you keep, given the number of comments we're going to have, limit your comments to 2 to 3 minutes. If you get too long, I'll tell you you're getting too long and ask you to wrap it up. But we want to hear an orderly process, a respectful process, so that the city can, the council can bring the information that we hear tonight back and make a fair, logical decision that works for as many people in our city as possible. Not everybody's going to be happy with what we decide, but we want to do it fairly, and we want to make things work. There's a lot of dog lovers at this dais, I know that. And what we want to make sure that we are doing things that that make good sense in our city and that are clear so that they're enforceable. I find that most dog issues in the city really aren't dog issues. They're people issues. And we're not trying to regulate dogs. We're really trying to regulate the behavior of people and how they control their dogs. So let's keep that in mind. Let's be respectful. And so please come forward, line up. And the reason I ask you to line up is oftentimes when people come forward, they're a little nervous about coming forward, so they don't come forward. Then a person comes forward and they go sit down. And then you look around and you think, oh boy, we're not going to get any more comment. And then, okay, after 30 seconds goes by, then somebody else says, oh, I better go up. And so we waste a lot of time between speakers. By lining up, we will not waste time. We will make this as efficiently as possible, and we can hear from you as efficiently as possible, and we can all get out of here at a reasonable time, although it's already late. So that's why we do it that way. And so please come forward, state your name and address, and let us know what you want to say. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Michael Hayes. I live at 3811 County Road 101, and thank you for letting us speak. I just want to say a couple things. Actually, have a couple good friends here I've met at the park, all with dogs, all respectful. I was hoping that the council would be a little more open-minded on this issue than I'm getting the impression that a decision's already been made.
I can promise you that that is not the case, but continue.
Excuse me. I recommended on Minnetonka Matters a couple alternatives that were less draconian, kind of not an all or none, whether it's a pre-screening of dogs, alternate days, or certain hours. And I just made that suggestion, so it wasn't an all or none. But I do appreciate you listening to us. I will say I was taken a little bit aback by you, Mr. Mayor, and council person that we were going to be disrespectful and put us back on our heels. That was not my intent, and I don't think that's the intent of the majority of people. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you.
Curtis Henry, 1901 Vernon Drive South. I've been a long-term resident of the city of Minnetonka, and I've been using Purgatory Park daily for 30 years. I've talked to you, Mr. Mayor, at the park. In the 30 years I've been using this park, I have never seen a major problem. Yes, people have been knocked down by dogs when they get a little rambunctious. Dogs will get in skirmishes, but they usually are over in 15 seconds, and then they're just fine. Dogs live in the moment. They don't hold grudges. Once a fight is over, it's over. I I would really like things being left as they are. As a disabled veteran, it is my therapy. And I'm service-connected disabled veteran. It is my therapy to be at Purgatory Park with the dogs daily. I'll be there tomorrow in the rain. I'll be there when it's 30 below. I'll be there when it's nice. It is the only piece of city property I use. I don't use the schools. I have no children in the schools. I don't use, well, I guess the police protection. Maybe they'll come if I'm being robbed, but who knows? But another subject I'd like to talk about is the leash. Retractable leashes do not work. The problem with a retractable leash, a dog on a retractable leash is not under control. That problem is, you got 6 feet of retractable nylon out, you try to pull a dog back, that thing is going to stretch 2 feet. You cannot control a dog. And dogs live flight or flee. You put 2 dogs on a leash, they're going to fight. One dog and a dog off leash. The dog on leash is going to want to fight the dog off leash. You know, I just hope the city leaves things as they are. There is no problem. Do not create a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henry, and thank you for your service. Good evening.
Hello, thank you for listening to everybody and working on this. My name is Jillian McGarry, 18315 Minnetonka Boulevard, and I'm here with the community group Pause for Parks. We support the city's efforts to clarify park rules and reduce unwanted dog interactions. We want to help create a more comprehensive solution. A clearer ordinance is just one piece of the answer. Like the mayor said, this is an emotional issue, so I'll just use a metaphor for something that is more neutral. Think about other complex community issues. The city doesn't just pass an ordinance to solve the problem. Think about creating more design spaces and really setting up the environment so people can succeed. I love the community work group idea. And just for an example, imagine the problem of littering. There are a few people who throw their water bottles, their granola bar wrapper on the ground. The vast majority of people are responsible, but there are the few. And imagine if, to address the issue, the city decided to ban food and drink in the parks. Those who obey the rules would no longer be able to have water on their hike, or a granola bar, or a picnic. But let's face it, the people who obey the rule are not the people who litter. To fix the problem, you could install additional trash cans, empty them regularly, put up signage, organize community cleanup events, and ticket violators. In other words, like, make it easy to do the right thing and punish the people who choose not to. The problem is not the presence of food in parks. The problem is the behavior of littering. So we need to address the behavior. And in Purgatory and the parks, the problem is not off-leash dogs. The problem is unwanted interactions with dogs, both leashed and off-leash. So to reduce unwanted dog interactions, the city could increase the distance between the formal and the informal trails, utilize barriers or plantings to put line of sight barriers in between so that the dogs are unable to be drawn, utilize community groups to educate visitors, and then have the police ticket people who just repeat offend. You know, walking with your dog through miles of natural trails is essential for dog socialization, mental stimulation, and exercise. It's also the only way those who can't risk being pulled by a leash or tangled in a leash can walk their dog, me being one of those.
And Ms. McGarry, I'm going to ask you to kind of wrap it up.
One more sentence. We look forward to the work group, and we really believe Minnetonka can be a leader in solving this problem in a comprehensive way.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening.
Hey, good evening. This is my first time ever being here because my dogs are like my kids. I have 4 kids, I have 2 dogs, and depending on the day, I love my dogs more than my kids. Hopefully they don't see that.
And your name, sir?
Oh, sorry, Mike Sawada, and I live at 1600 Grays Bay Boulevard. I believe I'm a member of Ward 3. From a standpoint, I am one of those guys that did get a citation from the police about 5 years ago. I was throwing a ball to one of my miniature poodle at Grotonka Park, 7:15 in the morning, not disturbing anybody, but somebody called. Literally, I was the only person in the park. My dog likes to play fetch. The cop drove out onto the field and cited me, or gave me a citation. I paid it gladly because I was in violation. But dogs, do need space to run. And other cities like Plymouth have well-defined dog parks within a fence. My vet, multiple vets, Blue Pearl Emergency Vet Service has said, don't ever bring your dogs to those places. Too many dogs, too tight of a region. It is unhealthy for them, unsafe for them, and in one case cost me a few $1,000s to cure a dog. That's life, it happens, but I avoid those places. I frequent Grotonka Park. I frequent Jordana Park right here. If you haven't walked, it's a beautiful park. I do that every day, twice a day with my dogs. It is my therapy, it is their therapy. They are better behaved because I do that. Meanwhile, while I do that, I pick up trash minimum every 2 weeks at those parks. Partly because I do have my dog off leash and I can be picking up trash and keeping on them and making it a better place. If there's dog poo on the trail, I pick it up. I hate the people who don't. Usually they're on leash and the parents don't want to do it. Where I live, I get dog poo every week in my yard. I see them walk by. They're on a leash and they still poo in my yard and they still don't pick it up. It happens. The leash ain't going to change that. But from a standpoint of, I appreciate that, a dog needs a place to roam. A dog needs a ball to chase after. With the proposed ordinance, I literally can't throw a tennis ball for my dog outside of my yard. My dog really plays fetch. It needs more. I can throw it out of my yard, so it's not going to accomplish anything. So I would appreciate it to take a look at it. The park like Jordana, the way it is set up, yes, it needs better signage, but it's a great place for a walk. It's a great place for dogs. I walk twice a day. I got cited once when nobody was present, and I've never seen another issue. It's kids in my neighborhood and the parks are worse behaved than the dogs in general. But I love my kids too.
Thank you, Mr. Swat.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Dane Cromer. I live at 3725 Elmwood Place. My wife and I have lived here over 25 years. And we've always had in that time at least one large dog, usually two, and they're always walked on a 6-foot non-retractable leash. They get walked several times a day in our neighborhood. Since we've retired, we've also fostered over 20 dogs, mostly retired greyhounds. And again, always walked on a 6-foot leash. We're in agreement with the proposed changes that would require that dogs are leashed everywhere except in dog parks. We do not, however, agree with 20-foot retractable leashes. I feel they're a safety hazard. In our neighborhoods, a dog on a retractable leash can go from 20 feet in someone's yard next to the owner to 20 feet on the other side in an instant. That's basically across the street. On our numerous multi-use trails today, 6-foot leashes are required. So allowing 20-foot leashes with limited sight lines becomes a bigger issue. A retractable leash doesn't give the dog owner enough time to react and reel in their dog when they're 20 feet away. A dog at the end of a 20-foot leash is not under control, which has been stated previously. Further, I don't see how a 20-foot leash law is enforceable Certainly the police or community service can tell that somebody has a 20-foot leash or less, but in the moment, who's to determine that the leash was retracted to within 6 feet before an incident occurred? I don't understand how it's enforceable. I don't think, the police can tell that a leash was retracted in time. So I also want to point out that a lot of the 20-foot retractable leashes are not easy for other people to see from a distance. They're very thin lines. So please adopt a 6-foot leash law everywhere in Minnetonka, like so many of our neighboring communities. The exception should only be at the dog parks. All Minnetonka residents deserve to feel safe in their neighborhoods, in their parks, and on our trails. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Cromer. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Ellen Haig. I live at 17080 Chiltern Hills Road. My husband and I have a 4-year-old golden retriever, and moving to Minnetonka, he was a big part of encouraging us to get out into the parks and to be invested in the environment here in Minnetonka. The proposed changes would really limit our connection to and use of our parks. We do have a recall trained dog. I realize we are in the minority, and that is why we're having this discussion. However, one of the reasons our dog is trained this responsively is that we don't expose him to rambunctious and highly populated dog parks. So limiting the off-leash spaces forces more dog owners into fewer spaces, which causes more issues like the ones that have been highlighted today. Many dog owners like us avoid these spaces, and we don't want them in these big groups of dogs. Also, a lot of us are here to enjoy the parks outdoors and be solitary with our dogs. And the fewer spaces we have to do that, the less likely I am to spend time in Minnetonka parks, and the more likely I am to go to other cities west of Minnetonka to find those spaces. The best solution here would be to develop clearer off-leash areas to draw in dogs and owners who desire a highly social experience, but to maintain off-leash, unmaintained spaces for recall and heel-trained dogs. I know that's a very difficult distinction. And for owners who just desire a more solitary outdoor experience. I agree with the earlier commenter representing Paws for Parks that we just need to address the behavior and the varying needs of the population. Essentially, I feel like this change really punishes recall and heel-trained dogs and owners and just destroys the ability for us to enjoy the quiet, hidden spaces of our parks. I have a dog so that I get outside, and this really just limits our exposure. And then I would also say, in reality, I think we know that there's one park that is probably the majority of issues here. And figuring out some clarity at that park. I feel like Purgatory is the big problem. It's probably the most visited park. We don't go to that park with our dog off leash. I find it too chaotic as well. And figuring out a better option there would be good. I also don't feel good about the 20-foot leash. Retractable leashes are really problematic. They're not a solution. Most dog trainers don't recommend them because they hurt the training process. They're an inconsistent boundary. They encourage pulling and they distract from the attunement that is the core of your communication with your dog. So I also don't know that that is a great solution. I am hopeful that we don't have reduced off-leash spaces, and I hope the city can work with that committee to find out a good solution. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haig. Appreciate it. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Melanie Wolf. I'm at 5739 Eden Prairie Road. I'm here tonight representing a community that feels very strongly against these ordinances. The survey does show that the majority of respondents do not want changes. I pulled some numbers, and in fact, 64% answered no to the question if the ordinance should not be changed or should be changed to not allow dogs, and 2/3 responded no. The majority of people in the park also responded and said that they do feel safe. There are many others like me that do not want our freedoms taken away from a small but very vocal minority. Is there a reason why the city seems to be moving forward with policies that do not reflect the majority of respondents? I frequent Minnetonka parks every day. You'll find me enjoying an untethered walk with my best friend Frankie. I love it there. It's a treasure to me at these parks, and I believe our community is strong and responsible enough to solve the issues that come up without removing our freedoms. There's been several easy solutions suggested for a decade, it sounds like, even just with the signage issue and an education piece. So I believe it's best if we could just start there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Ed Wands. I live at 6016 Pinewood Lane. The neighbors in our cul-de-sac, there's a bunch of dogs, and we often will gather and dogs are running around. And so this ordinance as written would turn us into a den of criminals. So what I would suggest to the council is to adopt the wording from the Eden Prairie ordinance, which if you don't mind, I'd read it here. At large means whenever an animal is off premises of its owner unless controlled by a leash not to exceed 6 feet, with the following exception: while on private property of another with the landowner's permission, provided the animal owner is present. So that would mean, well, we're just not going to enforce it unless somebody complains. We're taking that into account in our ordinance and saying, yes, this is okay as long as you meet these conditions. The other thing is I agree with a lot of people about the retractable leashes. Again, dogs are not under control. Anytime I'm around a dog, I'm very wary. And then the other thing is that there is a very real need in their community for us that we need to address with respect to dogs being able to exercise and do the things that dogs need to do. And I think really the real issue is not necessarily leashes or not leashes. These are dogs that are poorly socialized and not trained. And I think that if we could make a commitment, and I think there are members of our community that would be happy to work with the city to improve, to do the analysis of the type and nature of undesired dog encounters and develop a plan and allocate resources for education and enforcement that really address the issues that a lot of people are voicing. So I really hope Minnetonka, of all the cities, would take a lead in this. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wands. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Robin Biella. I live at 2115 Morton Road. My family has lived in Minnetonka for 32 years now. We have enjoyed walking our well-trained hunting dogs off-leash all these years. I am also a responsible dog owner that picks up pet waste and trash when I'm in the park every day. We are the guardians of our park. This is our community. This is very important to us. Off-leash exercise is vital to the mental and physical health of our canine family members. Simply walking a 6-foot leash does not even begin to give the required exercise our dogs need. I actually cringe at the thought of being on a 6-foot leash on ice in the middle of winter. Enclosed dog areas are not the answer. I feel fencing in these areas only creates more aggressive dogs. They feel trapped, has been my experience. They tend to be dirty, they spread disease, and my experience has been that they tend to draw dog owners that have well-trained dogs. Those of us that are off-leash have taken the time to actually train our dogs. I've been to Brant Lake Park, one of the few dog parks that I do visit. Most I do not visit. And my dog has been attacked. It tends to happen always by the gate. The owners are talking and they congregate around the entrance to these parks. I find them very, very fearful when I enter into a park like that and no longer will attend a dog park. We need to use this time to lead as a city. We need to be creative, we need to work together, and we need to set a new standard for other cities to follow. There has been some great options mentioned by the other people speaking tonight. Let's continue to embrace our current off-leash dog ordinances and not just follow blindly to match our surrounding communities. Let's set a new example of how a city should have an off-leash dog ordinance. Our current off-leash ordinances are what makes Minnetonka exceptionally special, and why my family continues to live here, and why other families move to our community. Lastly, so many people I spoke to at the park were not aware of this meeting tonight. They were unable to attend, and they did not know that this was coming to a vote tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Biala, excuse me. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Imra Morin. I live on 344 Martha Lane.
Say your name again.
Imra Morin.
Okay, I'm trying to take that down. Go ahead.
That's I-M-R-E. Thank you.
Okay.
So me and my partner, who's actually right behind me, we moved to Minnetonka not too long ago, 1.5 years, from Minneapolis. And one of the reasons that we moved here and bought a house is because our property that we are so lucky to own right now backs into Jadena Park. And it's an absolute beautiful park, and we love meeting people there with our dog. There's a couple things that concern me with this proposed ordinance, and one of them is that I'm very nervous about what the future will look like in that sense. I'm a consultant. I advise businesses on how they should proceed in the future, and I feel like we haven't done our due diligence here. We don't know, and I think I speak for everybody who was in line, what the future will look like. Where can we go off leash with our dogs? Is it one park? Is it no parks? Is it everywhere again? What does that look like? We don't know. And I think that's what makes us all nervous. And why I said I'm a consultant is because when I go to my client and I say, I think you should change this or implement this, and they say, okay, what does that look like? And I say, I don't know, they will kick me out. So I believe we need to, I'm a big fan of that resident group that we're gonna look at. Can we do that first? Can we look at what the proposed future looks like before we okay this ordinance? We don't need to go from one end to the other end. We don't need to swing the pendulum completely the other way. We can look at our future first. That being said, at this point, I don't believe Minnetonka has any dog parks, so that's why I'm very nervous about what that looks like. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kieran Kurian. I live at 3433 Martha Lane. And you'd mentioned an interest in some facts and data. Well, I just wanted to quickly present a book from Miles Shaver called The Headquarters Economy, where he underpins with research and data on why the Twin Cities has such a vibrant economy and why that there are so many companies with so many employment opportunities in this area. And a lot of that has to do with talent attraction, right? This area, this region, is able to pull talent from all over the world to come work at the different institutions and organizations that we have here. Part of that is driven by the amenities that are available. So that could range from great schools, great infrastructure, all the way down to great parks, particularly and specifically in our case, great dog parks. As my partner just mentioned, we had moved from Minneapolis, but prior to that, we were living in Amsterdam. And when we were evaluating if we should move to Minnesota or not, the couple of things that we evaluated are, hey, can we both find jobs? Can we both have, a good socioeconomic outcome here? And, for our, call it dependent, which is our 4-year-old chocolate lab, can he also have a high quality of life as well? And that is what brought us to Minnesota. That's ultimately what led us to Minnetonka because of just the great nature and everything that the city does to preserve that. And I think this ordinance, as it's proposed, is a step away from that. And in fact, I'm here to advocate against these ordinances. I think it's a disservice to the people who really use and cherish the parks and the nature around. And as you've heard from the police chief or police captain, excuse me,
she'll take the promotion.
Yeah, I mean, you can have it. As you heard, the instance of crime and issues is incredibly low. right? I mean, in what I think was identified in one of the most problematic areas, there were maybe 24 instances of animal-related issues. I'm willing to bet a large part of that has to do with turkeys or other wildlife that are unrelated to this issue. And so I'm a bit struggling to understand, why this is even a topic, because there doesn't seem to be a problem. In fact, what you've heard time and time again is people really value the time and the space and the location and the environment, and things have been largely going really well. And so all of that is to say, I really disagree with, the ordinance as proposed, and I think we should move to, eliminate it altogether, because there isn't an issue here, at least based on what has been presented.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
I'm Garrett Gardner from 2953 Fairchild, and I've lived in the city over 30 years. I was born in the area. When I was in high school, there were horses walking up and down Minnetonka Boulevard, and I never would have believed that we'd have gotten wound so tight that we're worried about a 5 or 6 foot or 20-foot leash on a dog. That's not why we moved here. I've been going to Purgatory for 30 years. My 2 dogs weigh about 25 pounds between the 2 of them. So if anyone were going to have a problem with vicious dogs, it would be me. And I think it's kind of funny they talk about dogs under command. I own a Shih Tzu, and that dog isn't under command in my living room. The only way I know it has hearing is when I put something in its dish, it comes running. Otherwise, I'd swear it's deaf. But it doesn't pose a threat, nor do the other dogs pose a threat. And I think we just go too far trying to protect everyone, the minority. 66% of the people agree with the ordinances. That's from your survey. So why are we even talking about changing something when the overwhelming majority say they like things as they are? If any of you were voted with the 66% majority, you would call that a pretty good mandate. And that's what you have. You have a mandate from the people in Minnetonka. They don't want to live in that way. And there really aren't issues there. And if there are issues for people that really feel need to be protected, why don't we put the fences around them? There's a walkway in Purgatory. Put a fence around that, and everybody that wants to be fenced in is fenced in, and everyone else is happy. And if there's an issue, then, don't close everybody off. So, it's just like if I come here tomorrow and say, I have a fear of water and I'm allergic to fish and I don't like people fishing, I think you should put fences around all the lakes and streams and ponds and everything to keep us all safe. Yeah, that'll keep us all safer, but it degrades our quality of life. And that's the same thing this thing does, and the people don't want it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Patty Perfetti, and I live at 16237 Tonka Lane. I agree with a lot of what's been said here tonight, Imra, saying specifically the not knowing what's going to come. And it does seem a little bit backwards to me in that I think there should be a proposal of this is what we're going to do. So people can really get an idea and have a clear sense of where that's going to be able to make a decision. And mainly my concern is with Jadana and Purgatory. Those are the 2 parks that I use with my dog. And maybe this has been, addressed already, but I just wonder how many parks are available for other people who don't have dogs and don't want to be in contact with dogs? Are there within the city for them to go? There aren't that many places for people who have dogs that they can have them off leash. And so I would like that to be considered, and maybe it already has been, but I haven't heard anybody else say it. And so I would like that to be considered. And I'm against the ordinances.
Thank you.
Just say
Thank
that.
you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Fetty. Thanks for your comments. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tess Dayhoff, and I live at 5525 Conifer Trail. I wasn't really planning to speak, so I'll try and keep it brief. I agree with a lot of what Mr. Gardner said. I've been walking my dog by myself since I was very young and very small, when I was like less than 5 feet tall and very skinny. And we've always had a retractable leash for my dog. I don't know the exact length of it, but it's never been an issue, even from when I just want to speak about leashes primarily, even when I was like very small. And I think that really you can't please everyone. Obviously, there's a variety of opinions, but in the end, if a majority of people would prefer to keep things how they are, then that's probably the most sensible way to proceed, at least as of now. I think that obviously a lot of times people who are attending meetings and votes are very extreme on either side of the issue, but I think that probably the majority of people are kind of ambivalent surrounding it and honestly just want to be able to walk their dogs. And for me, the easiest way to do that is to just have my senior pug. He is the least threat to anyone on his retractable leash. And so I would say I don't really know too much about the off leash and the dog park specifically, but at least in terms of leashes, it seems a little extreme and nonsensical to put dogs solely on these like 6-foot tight leashes, especially having an older dog. Sometimes he lags behind me a little bit, and it's nice to have some wiggle room in the leash. It's just very practical. So yeah, that's what I would say. I'm at least supportive of kind of the leashes staying the same. But yeah.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Christy Marin, 13314 Inverness Road. I am one of the people that lived in the city where we have the 6-foot leash law and slipped on ice. I was 8.5 months pregnant and broke my arm. I really love being out in the natural world where the ground is soft and I can walk close to the trees. Leashes make that impossible. My dog's 13 pounds, but still we like to be in there in the middle of places that are called, I think in the ordinance, unmaintained lands, or what was the word? And so I think it's really important to keep these unimproved and unmaintained lands for opportunities for those of us who want to get in there with the trees, and we're not on, cement sidewalks and so on, where it might be possible to use leashes. Thank you for listening to everyone today. I think they are good points having to do with creating spaces where we can get outside for our spiritual, mental, and physical health with those with whom we feel kinship, human or animal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marin. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Angela Marrera, and I live at 5554 Nantucket Place. I am in favor of passing both the citywide and park regulation ordinances regarding dogs. I think this is long overdue. Based on community service testimony from February of 2022, officers described in detail the inability to enforce the current ordinance due to its confusing language. Updating the language of the ordinance puts Minnetonka in step with its surrounding cities. I have detailed safety concerns both in my neighborhood, from dogs running into my yard, from a surrounding park, and within the park itself. I have video of an off-leash dog running through my yard as recently as November 10th. I have described for you the harrowing experience of being attacked by an off-leash dog last spring. Updating the ordinance is in society's best interest. As for the park regulations, if an off-leash area is to be designated in our park system, it needs to be clearly defined and not open to park visitor interpretation. This can only be accomplished with a clearly defined border, such as a fence. To be fair and equitable, a scoring system based on clear criteria should be created to ensure that the off-leash area is located in an appropriate area within our city-wide park system. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Wendy Holland, 5537 County Road 101. I'm not quite clear on what the proposal is for the on-leash, but I can say that I live by, I walk my dogs behind Minnetonka School on that trail, and there's many people who walk their dogs there. And I have a big golden and I have a little rescue guy. Anyway, the rescue guy, I often have him unleashed because I don't want the coyotes to get him, and so he'll run around. But when we meet other dogs, I let them off because dog behavior a lot of times, and so will the other people if they have their dog on a leash, dog behavior a lot of times, if you leave them on the leash, number one, they get tangled up. But number two is they get defensive. They get afraid. So once you let them right off the leash, they're all of a sudden they're like, depends on the dogs, but they're like very friendly with each other. So So I'm not for that. I think that ordinance proposal for the leashes. But again, I'm not quite clear on what you're talking about. The other thing is that purgatory. I love purgatory. Besides the dogs, even the people. There's a lot of fellowship that happens, just with the people. And I just hope and pray that it doesn't change, because my dogs are so excited. They love it. And there's just never been a problem that I'm aware of. I think it's education, and I think the people who go there, someone mentioned something about somehow that a little community of people can educate, on premises or something. I think that's a great idea every now and then. Anyway, I think it's just a lot of education. I hope you're listening to everyone that's here, that's talking. A majority, and forgive me, but I know there is a fear of people that have already made up their minds. So you, Mayor, said that wasn't the case, and I hope that's true. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Cindy Iden, 16824 Excelsior Boulevard. I'm here to be a voice of the people that are avoiding some of our parks because the dogs are not well controlled. And quite honestly, in the last year, things have changed a bit since this has become more of an issue. People have been taking better care of that. But for a while I felt like, well, do I really not like dogs? And I've watched myself over the last year and realized I like dogs. I like dogs that are well behaved. I like dogs that I understand how they're going to behave. I am not a dog owner, but I have a right to that park too. And when somebody said it was their spiritual, emotional, just so important for them to be outside and on those trails, the soft trails, not just fenced in. I'm a bird watcher. I love being out in nature. I'm a naturalist. I love being in nature. And when I am confronting dogs that are off leash and they are not responding to call, because they often don't, it makes me fearful. And I have backed off, and I do not get to have that special place. I've been going out to Purgatory Park for probably 40 years, maybe more than that. And honestly, in the last number of years, it's just the number of dogs have gotten more intense, and it's become more difficult to be there and feel comfortable. I put many hours in at Purgatory doing restoration work. I do care about that park. I want to be able to be there with some sense of freedom. That is not to say I don't want dogs in that park. I would like to come to some solutions, and I don't. So I'm asking you that you go ahead and pass these ordinances, because we will find a way forward from there.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening.
Good evening. Heather Holm, 15327 Lakeshore Avenue. First, I want to say that I fully support both ordinances, and I would like to thank staff for all their work preparing the ordinances. I think they will both make our community safer, more equitable. People will feel more welcome to come to parks, and I think more sustainable. One issue that I see with off-leash dog use currently is it is really degrading some areas of our park. And I hope that we can find a solution. I love the idea of developing criteria to make sure that where we find designated places, those places will not result in environmental degradation as some of the use is happening now. The one comment I had regarding the animals in parks ordinance is the addition of the recreational trail definition. And I would like you to consider maybe striking that because it defines both the primary and informal trails. And as these two ordinances are written, the at-large ordinance is geographic in nature. It includes the city minus the park and park system facilities. And the animals in parks ordinance is geographic in nature because it includes everything in a park or on a recreational trail or at a park facility. So I don't understand why we have included the recreational trail, the primary informal trail definition. My concern is that it's legitimizing unsanctioned trails. And as a park volunteer and watching the work of staff and contractors, as we remove buckthorn in more and more areas of the park, it opens up the park and unsanctioned trails develop almost immediately. People start creating a trail. So my concern with this language about defining these different trail types when it doesn't seem relevant because these ordinances are geographic in nature, and the work group will work on a geographic in nature designation space for dogs to be off leash. Why is the language regarding recreational trails still included is my question for you or for staff. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Holm. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Craig Alciati. I live at 14414 Ferris Lane. That was the hardest thing to say. So it's pretty late. I guess the thing that shocked me so far is that you've been doing this for 10 years. And I mean, I've only been involved for a year. We've had a dog for 5 years, and she's always loved Purgatory, and I haven't seen any problems. But so, and she's an off-leash dog. You know, she's pretty well trained, and she comes when we ask her, and she's pretty friendly. And it'd be sad if she couldn't do that anymore. But I really think that the problem is, why is it taking so long? It's because you don't have data. You know, you're mixing turkeys and dead roadkill with dogs. So I would suggest that, you know, provide funding to the police to get better data, having them record who's calling, why are they calling, and get that stuff identified. And then you can really say, this may be 5 people that are terrified of dogs, or maybe 3 dogs that are vicious. Let's get more data and find out what's going on, and then we can come up with better solutions. I think it's unfair to the police officers to ask them to enforce micromanaging rules like that. You know, people are they're not gonna develop good feelings towards the police, and it's not fair for them. You know, let people live. It's been working well for a while. There's room for improvement, but passing new ordinances that are more confusing or less confusing but new are just probably going to cause more ill will, and the problem's not going to go away. You got a lot of stuff to do, and 10 years doing this, I mean, it just seems like there's better stuff for everybody to do than continue doing this. And then what do we got, a referendum on off-leash dogs? You know, thank you for listening to us.
Thank you, Mr. Alciati. Next.
Hello, my name is Jan-Willem Leithart, 2945 Tonka Drive. I'm a dog owner. I've got Bo, and Bo is king of Gdynia, according to the other dog. He's so popular and so enthusiastic that I finally figured out the rules that on paths I needed to be safer near the parking lot. So we have a bunch of friends that are, quite a few of them are out here, and we start to respect the law that are, according to Paula, need to be better written. but let's enforce what we have, okay? So I'm against it. We have very limited data on serious issues. The survey, the results are against it. It's largely limited to one park, which is Purgatory. It's not good for the health of the dog. We have plenty of evidence on that. We need to share the park, respect the park. So the lady that is not safe, like she was there in Purgatory, right? That's not good. So how can we respect that? And one of the things we do as dog owners, when we go and see, and I know the old lady, she's always coming, hook your dog on. It's not that difficult. Yeah. The other one is, and I think that's heard before, we have no solution, we have no proposal. That makes us very uncertain. And one of the things in Minnetonka is the freedom to walk with your dog. Is it therapy? I don't know. But it's healthy for both the dog and for us. So I'm against, we need to stay with the current law and not enforce a new one.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Karen Hansen. I live at 17001 Sedola Road. I live a block off Purgatory Park, and I go to the park almost every day in the back south area. I religiously leash my dog across the trails, even if there's no one there, because I want to respect the rules and teach my dogs that that's the rules. I always do that. I hardly ever see anyone in that area. I mean, really, if I do, it's a few people with some dogs running. It is not very well populated. And I think it's a better idea to enforce the rules we have better signage. And I, as a person in the group that I'm involved, Parks for Parks, we encourage people I call people out in a nice, kind way, say, hey, there's an ordinance here, this is what the rule is. I talked to a guy, you need to have a leash. I really have a hard time with people not putting their dogs on leashes in the parking lot, assuming that they can just run up the hill off Sedola Road. So I'm doing my due diligence, and I think most of the people here that are encouraging for the dog off-leash areas do that same thing. I'm more concerned about electric bikes that are driving too fast in Purgatory Park. That is dangerous. My neighbor had multiple surgeries because of that. That's more of a danger than people that have well-trained dogs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hansen. Good to see you. All right, I see no one in line, so I will close the public hearing time now, and I will bring it back to the council for comments. Thank you all, and thank you for your comments, and everyone was very respectful, and I very much appreciate it, so thank you so much. Anyway, Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate the folks here. I think the tone and tenor of this meeting is a stark contrast of the other meetings that we had, so it's refreshing to see that happen. Also have a lot of faith that the folks in this room have well-behaved, really obedient dogs. I mean, that seems obvious. You're attuned to some of you are attuned to what the ordinance says, but I think like the rest of us up here, the ordinance is quite cloudy. And so one of the things that keeps coming up is enforce the current ordinance, but I think if you talk to all 7 of us, we'd probably each give you a different interpretation of exactly what that ordinance says, because it is so cloudy. So there's clearly that is a problem, because we don't really know what we're enforcing. This issue came on my radar as a council member in about 2019 when we were talking about another issue in the parks, and it's something that's been in the back of my mind since then. I'm in my mid-40s, and I've had a dog probably I was thinking about this last night, 4 or 5 years of my life. I've only ever walked my dogs on leash. I've had rescues. I've had dogs that probably could have been trusted. I currently have a dog that, despite a lot of training and engagement, can't be trusted off leash. The problem is, and in reading the comments in the Minnetonka Matters, is that it's not probably you folks that are the issue, right? It's I live on Big Willow Park. I walk the dog in the morning. My husband walks the dog in the afternoon. I would say we each encounter an off leash non-heeled, non-well-behaved dog at least once a week. So that's twice a week. Those are, people are probably not in this room, but it is a real problem. It's a problem that I'm seeing on Minnetonka Matters, and it's a problem that I'm hearing about in the parks as I've talked to folks over the course of the past several years. And so I'm committed, I'm really committed to honor the people who, the problem with a dog coming up to my dog who I can't let off leash is that is dangerous for me, it's dangerous for my dog, it's dangerous for the other dog and the other owner that's going to come up upon the dog. It's not a good situation. And so we can't create a situation where we're only making a safe environment for one segment of people. Really has to be as inclusive as possible. I agree, 64% of the survey of folks in Purgatory Park who go to Purgatory Park were comfortable with the rules as they are. That said, we know that a disproportionate amount of people are going to Purgatory Park because of the dog situation. So that's a skewed survey. And we also know that people are not going to Purgatory Park because of the dog situation. So I also, if 36% of people say they don't feel safe, that is a huge number to me. If 36% of our population said they did not feel safe in the city because of another issue, we would be talking about it every week. And so this is a big deal. I am committed to making sure that we're working on a solution to allow your well-behaved dogs to have their opportunity to be off leash, but we need the clarity. It needs to be across the city, and we need to make everybody safe. To that end, these ordinances apply across the city. So you folks, it sounds like, focus on Purgatory and Jadana, but anybody can take their dog off leash in any park in the city and the unmaintained trails under these conditions. So there is no place for somebody like me to walk where there's not, with my dog, where I'm not going to encounter a dog off leash. So that it's just not working. We've got to fix it. This is the foundational piece. Pass these ordinances and then come up with options where the dogs can be off leash as well. And I'd appreciate if you just give the respect to my colleagues and not try to, talk amongst yourselves while we are discussing this. So I'll pass on to the next folks.
Thank you, Councilor Shack. Other comments from anyone? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. So, this is a really difficult issue, and I have to say that, the mayor was right when he said that my mind certainly isn't made up. There are a lot of issues. There were good suggestions. I thought the suggestion about odd and even days was very compelling, and just to, I've always had a dog. Right now I have a pit bull mix rescue and a golden retriever rescue. And I very often have my parents' little mutt and my daughter's little chihuahua at my house as well. And sometimes we all go for a walk together. And they're all very different. So actually the most reactive dog is the chihuahua. And that's the one that kids are drawn to the chihuahua, but he's not trustworthy. The golden retriever, we could let him off leash. He'd stick to us like glue. He's on command, even though he's a rescue and lived in a puppy mill cage for 8 years. Every dog's really different. So all of our dogs are rescues. They've been rescues for a long time. And I don't let my pit bull off the leash, in part because just reading through the comments, some of which were really disappointing, there are people in the community that would want me to muzzle her simply because she's a pit bull. And so I don't want her to get crosswise with someone through no fault of her own just because someone's afraid of her. And so I keep her on a leash all the time. And so I really sympathize because she needs a lot of exercise, and I have to be really creative to find places for her to exercise. And I just want to assure people that there is no dark political objective here. When I first started door knocking when I was running for office, one of the first things that came up actually was leashing dogs. Dogs at the dog park, people feeling safe, people wanting it, people not wanting it. The other was garbage. Those were the two things that came up, garbage collection. And so even though it didn't come up as an issue in particular until the Purgatory Park Master Plan started taking shape, and it presented a threat to some people in terms of either not having a leash law or having a leash law. So I just want to assure people there's no dark political objective. This is something that people talk to us about. Sometimes it's an email, sometimes it's at the doors. And, you know, I really was very disappointed. You know, some people wrote in comments about us becoming a totalitarian state. And, you know, it's very difficult because we're here to try to balance the needs and desires of people with very different needs and desires and try to make the best decision for people in the community. And we have, you know, public safety is really job one. And even though there aren't very many incidents of conflict, we do have a member of our community that came to the podium tonight because she has been attacked. And I don't want to minimize that. That happened to someone in this room. And so our purpose is to balance competing interests, needs, and concerns of our residents and maintain public safety. I understand what people are saying about dogs needing to run free and the limitation of dog parks. I don't take my pit bull to the dog park for the same reason that she's on a leash, and she's the one that needs the most exercise, and so I get a lot of steps in. And I did go to Purgatory Park during a spring thaw, and there was a wonderful, very fuzzy, large dog that it was a very muddy day, and he was just solid mud, and came running up super happy, but totally not under voice control. And you know, there are conflicts that would be really scary to someone or just really messy to someone if you're dressed up to go somewhere and you get slimed by a dog full of mud. So some of my thoughts are this, you know, I really appreciated the comments about writing the at-large dog ordinance the way Eden Prairie did. I'm kind of inclined that way for the same reasons that the gentleman mentioned. It just makes more sense to me. And in terms of retractable leashes, you know, I think about my parents who are older, and they have a younger dog who's very sweet and needs a lot of exercise, and they can't walk very far and they can't walk very fast. And everyone in their complex has a retractable leash, and they all have little dogs, and very few large dogs are on retractable leashes. And it's not that hard to reel her in. So I think I'm inclined not to impose the 6-foot leash law for the same reasons that the young woman that came up that has her dog on a retractable leash. You know, you have an older dog that stays behind, you have older people that can't keep up with their little dog, and you know, we are imposing something that residents aren't used to, and I do feel like we have to meet in the middle somewhere, and I don't think that we can inoculate ourselves against every danger. So to me, a retractable leash just isn't that big of a deal, and it's helpful to some people and some dogs. The other thing that somebody brought up in the comments was sound emitters and like shock collars that get their dogs under control. And, you know, I think they work. I think they do work, but I also feel like it's hard for people that don't know that your dog is listening to a sound they can't hear or has a shock collar on that they can't see. And my last comment is that I do kind of agree. It would be so nice to know before we impose something that so many people oppose, and it does really change the lifestyles of a lot of people. If we could have a little more clarity on, you know, of what the working group would come up with as a space or an accommodation for dogs to have a place to be. And I do also want to mention that what Ms. Holm talked about, we have volunteers that work very hard to restore natural habitat. And as much as I love my dogs and I know that people also need their exercise, we love our parks to death. We walk them to death. We do make trails that shouldn't be where they are, and our pets, you know, trample habitat. And so wherever we put dogs, it has to be something where our hardworking volunteers and staff are not trying to restore natural habitat that just gets trampled on by people and our pets, and so that we can be respectful not only of people and our pets, but also the animals that actually originally lived there, and the flora and the fauna. So, you know, that is to say I'm still really conflicted, and I do think that we need some kind of a leash law, but I don't want it to be too restrictive.
Thank you, Councilmember Calvert. Councilmember Coakley.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple comments. One of my comments is that I appreciate everyone coming out tonight, speaking and coming to the podium. I know that it's not easy to do that, and really, when you really care about issues, you know, it's good to be heard. So I really appreciate that. But one of the things that I really want to say is that, like Councilmember Calvert, I also have a daughter who has a Chihuahua, and she's taken this dog to training school. Sometimes the dog listens, sometimes it don't. I've had times where the dog was in my yard and my neighbor will walk with their dog on a leash. Sometimes she'll take off and she'll go barking at the neighbor's dog, and we know Chihuahuas are small dogs, but my neighbor has a big dog. And I watched the big dog get really nervous because, yes, it's on a leash, but I can see how that dog was, my dog is impacting my neighbor's dog. And so I do think about that with being in a purgatory park, when folks are walking, they have their dogs, and some people don't have their dogs on leashes, some people do, and how it causes other dogs to be fearful. But also I've been in Purgatory Park where me and my close friend was in Purgatory Park, and her dog was attacked. It was in a different city, and her dog was on a leash, attacked by other dogs. And when me and her was walking in Purgatory Park, a dog came running over to us, and I saw her get really afraid. We both kind of stood still to hope that the dog wouldn't attack her or me. And so I have had that experience walking in Purgatory Park, not knowing if a dog was going to attack us while we were walking. And so I know what that's like as well. But also I know what it's like to have a dog off leash and wanting your dog to run around. I'm a dog lover, but also know that sometimes dogs don't respect space because they're dogs. And if your dog is not well trained, or even if your dog has been trained, sometimes dogs, you can't predict what dogs will do. I do like one of the comments that I heard earlier. Someone had said, what about having the groups come together and talk and come up with a plan before we vote? I do like that idea because maybe there may be some more solutions, but also I know that the ordinance need to be updated because police talked about how it's really difficult to enforce, and so I know that's important. So for me, just hearing everything, if we can't come to a solution tonight, I'm okay with maybe delaying and seeing if we can have groups come together and have these conversations beforehand. Maybe there's something else that can come out of these conversations. And so that's kind of my thought process, but I'm going to go with the majority of my council, but if there is something different that we can come with, like the idea of having the groups come together, because to me there's a lot of folks here who's willing to have a conversation on both sides, and so I'm willing as one council member to see what the groups come up with instead of us just making a decision tonight that maybe everybody won't feel comfortable with. So,
Councilmember Foster Bolton.
We keeps getting mentioned that we've been at this for 10 years, and it's because we keep pushing it down the road. And it's because we can't come to a conclusion and we can't make a decision. And that's the part where the city council has to do the hard thing. And again, this isn't just about Purgatory Park to me. It's about all the parks, and it's about this city. And we have to do what's best for the city. And my concern is the sustainability of Purgatory Park. It's the biggest park, and it's the most prairie land. I mean, it's going to be, when we look down the future, this is going to be a gem because all of the prairie is being eaten up and burned up, and if we can preserve this, I feel like it's best for the city. And so, I mean, I feel like we need to make the decision tonight, and I agree. I think the work group is essential, and as far as I know, even none of the Purgatory Park, it's the Purgatory Park dogs in the park isn't going to take effect until April. So so there is time to figure it out. When, whatever happens tonight, there's time to figure out what's going to happen in Purgatory Park. And I'm a person that I don't own a dog, and I owned a dog when I was a kid, but my son has a dog. It's a little long-haired dachshund, and we take care of him all the time now, and he's adorable, and we love him. And I was taking him for a walk on my block, and a dog comes from his house, a bigger dog, and tears through the front yard, across the street, picks Marty up in his jaw, and starts running him around like this. And I had to physically jump on this big dog. I mean, this dog, and the owner was lovely. She came running out and she was mortified. But she said, this has never happened before, because he went through the invisible fence. The dog went through the invisible fence. And so dogs, I mean, it's, it can happen. And if it happened, I mean, I was terrified. I thought Marty was bleeding, and he could have, I thought he was a goner, and he, it's my grandpuppy, and I was like, oh, I just killed my dog. But the thing is that it's like dogs are not controllable for the most part. I mean, I think that there are dogs that are, but it's not always true. And again, I really think that we need to stop kicking this down the road. So.
Councilmember, go ahead.
I had to raise my hand. Oh, I thought.
Okay, well, I'm going to call on Councilmember Rameli at this point.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, and thank you again, echoing Councilmember Shack, thanking all the people who came up here and did make respectful comments, and noting that for those who may have been curious as to why that comment was made is because we've had some meetings where that certainly wasn't the case. So this was a refreshing occurrence, so thank you all. I do want to clarify some things that were said by some speakers here. So regarding the Purgatory Park Master Planning Survey, that is certainly true, and I said that during my remarks, is that a significant but a minority, but a significant minority of over 30 to 40% of people were uncomfortable. Hello? I'm sorry, did you have something to say, sir?
We're not debating. Councilmember Rameli has the floor, and please no comments from the floor at this point.
So that is certainly the case, and I totally agree with that and those comments that were made. However, on the most current feedback survey that was cited tonight, that was more of a 50-50. So I think we have to recognize that. Yes, again, I would ask staff to do the count on that. I did an unofficial count of 5963, and that did not include some of the other things that come. Anyway, we were about 50-50, just to get there. The fact that we had over 1,000 animal-related calls, yes, they weren't differentiated. I would have to say, and maybe defer to the police department in saying there's only several dozen citations because partially there has been a lack of ability to cite because we have an unenforceable ordinance, which has been pointed out by Councilmember Shack. So I will agree with what some of the other, I'm a dog lover, have owned dogs my entire life. I will say that the lack of data for me is disturbing. I will say on my personal walks, however, through Purgatory on a number of visits over the last year, echoing what Councilmember Shack has said, I would say 40 to 50% of dogs were unleashed on the maintained trails. And I would go up to people, and this was on heavy weekends, and I would ask people to please leash their dogs, that, this was against regulations, and some of them would. Some of them just looked at me askance. Others would, kind of huff and leash their dogs for 10 feet, and as soon as I was past them, would unleash them again. So this is an issue, and I think we have to talk about it and do something about it. So, given that background, regarding the non-park ordinance, the at-large ordinance, I do agree with Councilmember Shack and one of the speakers regarding looking at Eden Prairie's ordinance regarding what constitutes, private property versus other private property with owner's permission. I am not willing right now to die on the retractable leash issue, even though I maybe would prefer 16 feet. But if we do adopt that for, again, the non-park areas, I think it's really imperative for us to find a way to have a reasonable and efficient way for residents to report data and instances of non-compliance, and also for us to track that data going forward. Regarding dogs in the park ordinance, it is clear that many people here have very well behaved dogs. I do not. So that's why my dog is always leashed. For the safety of her, for the safety of, other dogs and children, and for sustainability reasons, because she is not on voice command, the way I described it earlier this meeting. So I do feel that we do need clarification on the signage in the parks. We need clear regulation. I would say, in contrast to some of my other council members here, given the fact that this ordinance was only scheduled to be enacted by April 1st, I would be willing to work toward that goal, but have that work group meet in the interim with the goal of having a clear plan in place before a final vote on that April 1st adoption. But it is clear to me personally that we need to have clearly defined language, clearly defined borders and barriers, whether it's plantings or whether it's just a line with stakes on it that shows people where they can be, whether it's language, that needs to happen. And that should happen sooner rather than later while that work group is working on further things, whether it's a large dog park, whether it's we take one park that, or two parks or three parks that's only for off-leash dogs. I don't know that answer. But that would be my preference at this point. I would love to be able to take care of this tonight. And I know all of you would too. But I think at this point, I would prefer to enact the at-large or non-park ordinance as is scheduled for January 1st, convene the work group like toot sweet, and with the goal of having that done and everything worked out in time to enact something by April 1st regarding the parks. And I'm willing to kind of have status quo in Purgatory and elsewhere in between time. I would prefer to have very clear language, remove all the signs, put clear language on there now. And in the meantime, I guess the only thing I could say to people is I would repeat what apparently Minnetonka police, those who are fearful right now, and I really empathize with those of you who are, but Minnetonka police apparently have recommended to one resident that they carry pepper spray to use on non-compliant off-leash dogs who don't behave. And I hate to go there, but that may be a short-term solution, at least until we work out these solutions and have something else to enact and implement by April 1st. Thank you.
Councilmember Wilburn.
Thank you. So I'm going to try not to repeat everything that's been said. For me, when I'm making a decision where safety is involved, it's not just about the numbers. And to me, this is a safety issue. We have had a woman who was a dog owner who was in tears after having an incident in the park when she was walking her dog, and another unleashed dog came up and attacked them. So to me, it's not okay to say, well, it's only 3 people have been bitten, or what. Our job is to make our city and our parks as safe for all of our residents as we can. And so I'm a veterinarian. I love dogs. When we moved here, we had a 100-pound chocolate lab and had been through training. He was familiar with heel, but he was a lab. So, so I think, none of us here want to get rid of dogs in the parks, and I understand the problems that come with dog parks. I agree that dog parks are not for everyone and they're not safe for everyone. So, I don't know. There have been some good suggestions. I don't know if the work group can come up with something better that would allow for some off-leash areas. But as said, if there's not barriers, then the dogs aren't going to stay in the off-leash area and not wander into the non-designated areas, even if there's signs, because dogs don't read, as far as I know. And just to address a few comments. So the statistics that Captain Meehan shared when she was talking about the few dozen instances in Purgatory Park, those were dog-related instances. When she talked about the 1,000, that was all of the animal things. They pulled out specific data on dogs in Purgatory Park last year. That's what those numbers were. And someone, stated that you are punishing the people with well-trained dogs. I would posit that many of our laws and statutes, they're aimed at the poor behavior, people who behave poorly. That's just the nature of it. As far as the retractable leash, well, I'm also inclined not to take a stand on that. All of the things that have been brought forward about the dangers of retractable leashes are true, but I also say I almost had a very bad incident that would have injured the dog, myself, and probably the humans that were with the dog, where somebody had a stroller, were standing there, and then the dog with the leash stretched all the way across the trail, and it wasn't 20 feet. It was, it was a 6-foot leash, and were it not for me standing on my brakes, it would have been a horrific scene. It was a small dog. It would not have fared well. So, we can't, there's no statute that we can come up with that is going to account for every incidence of inattention or misbehavior. It's just, I recognize that, and nothing that we come up with is going to be perfect for everyone, but we have to do the best we can to provide safety for everyone to visit our parks. I think it's unfair to say, well, just go to a different park. Was there anything else? And I'm fine with adding the Eden Prairie language on permission in properties. I think that's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilburn. And thank you. I want to thank my council, our council, for all of their comments. I want to thank everyone who commented tonight and everyone who showed up tonight. As you can tell, this is an emotional issue and a challenging issue, but I really appreciate that everyone here was respectful. I think they were articulate and clear on what their concerns were, and that, I think, benefits us all. As a council, our job is to solve problems. And I think that the council has demonstrated that we didn't pre-plan. We don't have a solution that we're going to jam down people's throat. We haven't colluded. We all have individual thoughts on this, and we've all listened. We may have heard different things from different people, or different things may have resonated with us, but I can tell you, you've got 7 people up here grappling with what's the right solution, what's the best thing to do, and we're sincere in that. Now, as I consider our current leash ordinance, I believe it needs improvement because for the reasons that have been cited. It's vague. At heel is it's easy to define, but you don't see it very often. But some dogs are at heel. Some dogs are. But it's fewer than their owners think they are. And so for me, an ordinance needs to be clear, it needs to be enforceable, and it needs to be practical. I think those 3 things are essential as we decide what we need to do. And I think the proposed ordinances are clear and they're enforceable. But I'm concerned that they suffer on the practicality count. Because when I think about how I am with my dog, and my wife grew up with Schnauzers. As a result, my kids grew up with Schnauzers. We've had, in 41 years of marriage, we've had 40 years of Schnauzers, 5 in a row. Sometimes we had 2. And I'll tell you what, we love our dogs. And some of them have been, the one we have now is she's a sweet little 14-pound dog who is quite well trained. But she's quite well trained until Schnauzers were bred to be ratters. And squirrels and rats have a lot in common in terms from a Schnauzer's perspective. And my well-trained dog can be very well trained until a squirrel enters the picture, and then all bets are off. And I can tell a little story that we have a cabin up north, and we would let Lizzie go off leash on our property and in the vicinity, and it worked great until she saw a squirrel. And one time she took off and chased a squirrel, and she was gone for an hour and a half. And she fell off a cliff, and we found her sitting on a rock in Lake Superior after falling 20 feet. She'd never been swimming before, but she swam in that circumstance. We were very, very excited to get her back. But you know, the notion that she was under voice command, I'm talking to myself. So, you know, I think in another circumstance with Lizzie, I was taking her for a walk on our trails in the city, and I went across the Grays Bay Causeway, and I had her on leash, and there was a family coming toward me, and it was a mom and a baby and a stroller and a dog on leash. But even leashed dogs are not always under control. And so I reeled Lizzie in close to my leg. But guess what? The bridge across Grays Bay is not very wide. And that dog got up to us, and she jumped on Lizzie, picked her up in her mouth, punctured her skin. And the people said the same thing that everybody says when something bad happens. You heard it once already tonight. Well, my dog's never done that before. I can't believe this. But guess what? Dogs are dogs, and they do certain things. So again, you know, I respect dog owners, and I respect people, and I love dogs. But to say, well, my dog's always under control, they're usually under control. Maybe they're 99% of the time under control, but they're not always under control. And that's the issue here. It's not a leash that we're really concerned about. It's control. And that to me is a real challenge. And so, you know, as I look at the problem, the issue, we want a solution that makes sense. And I don't want to take people's freedoms away, but I also want an ordinance about dog control that is practical, that protects the safety of people. And I've been doing this for a long time, and every time we do a State of the City meeting, I say public safety is job one in cities. And if I and we as leaders cannot develop public safety, you need to vote us all out of office, because we're not doing our jobs. Public safety is essential. So I think we are talking a safety issue. So I believe, you know, I would really like to solve this tonight, but I'm not ready to solve this tonight, because I think this work group is so important. And when I talked to the city manager today, the thing that I feel is incomplete is that we do need places for dogs to be off leash. We do. I mean, the thought of having a medium-sized hunting dog that could never be off leash, where you can't go throw the frisbee, where you can't go throw the dog, has to be on leash all the time. And the only exercise they're going to get is walking around the city at the end of a leash, whether it's 6 feet or 20 feet. That just doesn't pass the smell test. It's not practical. So I think we need our work group. And I think, you know, there's a lot about Purgatory Park, but I think a portion of Purgatory Park should continue to be designated off leash, but it should be smaller. And then it should be fenced, or there should be barriers so that the off-leash places are clear. But then, if we're taking part of Purgatory Park away, I think we also need to designate 1 or 2 or 3 other parks. I don't want a dog park that's an acre big and has all the problems that people have cited for dog parks. I don't think those are a good solution. I think they create more, I mean, they may work for some dogs, but they create more problems than they solve. But I think we need to have some clearly designated, I mean, we've got 51 parks. And the reason people move to Minnetonka, a big reason, is the outstanding park system we have. So let's designate a portion of several parks where dogs and people have the freedom in a controlled space, but a large enough space so a dog, you know, it's not 1 acre, it's multiple acres, and there is space for people to enjoy the park and not have to worry about dogs, and people who have dogs that need to be off leash and they want to take them there, and they have the opportunity to exercise their dog appropriately within parks in the city. And I think it's probably 2 or 3 locations. Now, admittedly, that's an expensive solution. Because if we're going to have barriers, that's fencing, and fencing isn't free. But I really, again, go back to what I said earlier. Our ordinance needs to be clear, enforceable, and practical. And I think these ordinances are both clear and enforceable, but I think we have to, without a solution, they're not practical. And I think we have to take that step, use the working group, and come up with practical solutions so that, and again, I'm not trying to keep everybody happy, but I think the reality of there's a lot of dog owners and a lot of dog lovers in Minnetonka, and I'd love to think that, well, you know, I get the fact that people argue that there's not a problem, but I'll tell you what, I will believe that when there are no poop bags laying along the streets of Minnetonka and the sidewalks and trails of Minnetonka. If everyone was absolutely responsible and there's no poop bags, to me that would suggest...
Or just poop.
Or just poop.
Yep.
You know, that would demonstrate to me that all the dog owners are responsible. But until that problem goes away, there's evidence that not all dog owners are responsible, and we need to take action and do something. But I'm sorry to say to staff that I'm not ready to approve the ordinance on animals within city parks until we can be more explicit about what the solution looks like. So with all due respect, that's where I am. So, long story, but anyway, yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Romali.
Thank you, Mayor, for your comments. I do have one question, though, and it sounds like we're pretty much on the same page in terms of wanting to enact the at-large non-park ordinance tonight. Would we then, question to staff and to you, could we set a deadline, you know, again, kind of with the eye of towards, you know, meeting that April 1st deadline that we had originally envisioned for I'm asking staff if that's possible, Mr. Kumka.
Mayor and Council, we have already spoken with our consultants generally about that deadline, and they had anticipated 3 or 4 meetings, relatively tight order, trying to set strategy right off the bat and accomplishing recommendations by April 1st. That's what we've discussed.
In that case, I would agree with the suggestion.
Yep, Ms. Heine.
Mayor, I do have a follow-up or a clarification question.
Fair enough.
Is the council looking for the ordinance to be adopted by April 1st or effective by April 1st? Because by the charter, it's not effective until 30 days after it's published, which so generally that's about 40 days after the ordinance is adopted. So are we looking to bring it back in a time frame where the council can adopt it and 40 days later it will be April 1st, or are we looking to bring it back for adoption before April 1st, but maybe it's effective after?
You know, I want to hear from my council members, but I'll answer the question. I think it's really important to get this right, and I think, you know, one of the challenges is, you know, I don't want to confuse the issue by saying, well, we've got to do all this stuff, and okay, what parks and where? But I think that's got to be part of the conversation. I think getting it right is more important than the deadline. So I would say let's adopt it by that date. And if we need more time, we can kick the can a little bit further down the road. But let's adopt it. And so if it's effective 45 days later, I personally can live with that. I don't know how other people feel. Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I disagree with this so vehemently. As somebody who negotiates for a living without any kind of deadline or mechanism to motivate people to come to a resolution, we're setting this work group up for a tremendous amount of failure, because we're saying that we might adopt this ordinance sometime in the future. And I think that disincentivizes people to come together and try to come up with a really workable resolution. So we're saying, well, we're not really committed to this, and you might be able to get us to, you know, we might change our minds, and but let's see if we can work something out. And I think we're putting residents and commission members potentially in a difficult position, again, where they're in being asked to kind of make policy or direct policy in a highly contentious issue. That said, I appear I might be in the majority, but I would be remiss as somebody who deals with highly contentious issues all day, every day, to think that we can have kind of a Pollyannish attitude to say, well, we might work this out and then we'll come back and we'll pass an ordinance. But that's what I have to say.
All right, and Councilor Roshak, I disagree with your interpretation of that, because I think that the date we're talking about is enacting on by April 1st and affecting it 45 days later or 40 days later, whatever is appropriate. That's fine, but you can interpret it whatever way you want, but that was not my intention to say that let's just leave people hanging out there. I agree, deadlines are important, but at the same time, I think getting this right is equally important, and I'm struggling with the practicality aspect and feel that we should take steps to build that in. So that's my perspective, and I respect yours. Councilmember Wilburn.
Yeah, so kind of in line with what Councilmember Shack is saying, I guess I don't understand the reason for not adopting the ordinance now as the way it was explained to me. As we adopt the ordinance, the work group works with the goal of having something that can be enacted by April 1st. And if the work group needs more time, then we can give them an extension for enacting. So I don't see, if they're going to do the work with the goal of being done by April 1st, why do we need to wait to adopt the ordinance?
Ms. Heine and then Mr. Funk.
Mayor, Councilmember Wilburn, if the ordinance is adopted tonight and it is adopted with an effective date of April 1st, that means that as of April 1st, all dogs will have to be on leash in every park, every part of every park, unless we have areas designated, and that's what the work group is going to work on. So if we get to April 1st and the work group hasn't completed their work and the council hasn't, blessed where these designated areas are, parks are going to be leashed dogs everywhere. There will be no off-leash areas if you adopt the ordinance tonight and the group doesn't get their work done.
Council, other thoughts or comments? And Mike, Mr. Funk, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I know it's getting later. I just wanted to, I think, summarize a little bit of what staff has heard this evening. And Ms. Heine jumped in and said much of what I was going to clarify for the council, because I think that's, for you as policymakers, that's really what you need to decide this evening, is you have two ordinances in front of you. And just to reiterate, I think what the goal of staff working with council on this issue is finding that balance. And so the intent of having that April 1st deadline was for that work group to do that work, the work that we're talking about. The ordinance language itself probably doesn't look any different today than it would look April 1st. Really, the goal of that work group is to identify areas that you've all talked about, whether it's one area, 2 areas, could be 5 or 10 areas. I know Eden Prairie was referenced a few times this evening. Eden Prairie, for example, has 6 off-leash dog areas. And so I would assume that's what this work group will look at, is knowing that I think we've heard from the council that you do want to tighten up the ordinance, that you do want to have some sort of leash law in place in parks. It's a matter of then what are the areas that will be for unleashed dogs. And so that's really what that work group will do. And so really the policy question for you this evening is, do you feel comfortable adopting an ordinance this evening that puts in place an April 1st deadline, allows the work group to do the work that we're talking about? That's really kind of one option. Or I think also what's been suggested is not adopting the ordinance tonight, still convene the work group, have the work group come back later in the spring or Q1 of 2025 with recommendations, at which time you adopt an ordinance along with any identifiable areas that would be off leash. But I do want to just make clear, I don't think that the ordinance language itself changes whether it's adopted tonight or next spring.
Councilor Calvert?
I mean, I just, having been through some really, difficult parks-related issues like the mountain bike trail and issues where there was a lot of community input. Now we're going to have a work group that has not been formed yet, and we are in November. That's what I'm a little concerned about, because they are just going to be volunteers, and there's going to be a lot of pressure. And so I'm very sympathetic and very much respect what Councilmember Shack is saying. I don't entirely disagree, but I also feel like these are volunteers that this is going to be a hard task, and they're not even a group yet. I don't know how many times they're going to meet a month, and so I'm very torn between what Councilmember Shack is saying and what the mayor is saying, because I do think it's really important to get it right, and I think it really is important. So, you know, it's going to be enacted. We may identify some off-leash dog areas, but to everyone else's point, how they're demarcated, how they are able to be used, I just don't know that the park staff is going to have time to, you know, get signage up and get fencing up and, you know, just make it so people know where they can go without violating the ordinance. So that's one of the reasons why I'm a little hesitant on pushing the timing. And it's not that I actually think that the people on the work group are going to feel a lot of fire under their feet to get it done, because they have a vested interest in making this work for themselves. So I'm not worried about them not working hard.
Councilmember Foster Bolt.
Could we change the April 1st date? Pass the ordinance and then change it from to May or whatever? Could we do that?
Mayor, Councilmember Foster
Yes.
Bolton, yes, the council can pick whatever date you want.
All right, any further comments? Councilmember Rameli.
Sorry, Councilmember Foster Bolton, were you talking about changing it after if we adopted it tonight and then changing it later?
No.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So we're gonna have to make a decision here, and I think there's general agreement that, and we've talked about this enough to know that there's a need for an ordinance and that our current ordinance needs some clarification. And, you know, with all due respect to the various opinions stated, you know, if dogs were as manageable as we'd love them to be, we maybe wouldn't have this conversation. But it's not the well-trained, well-behaved dogs that we really have to deal with. It's the others. And so you know, so the question is kind of what and when. And I think, again, probably the thing that I've been struggling with the most, and I mentioned it to Mr. Funt this afternoon, is to answer the when, we have to answer the where. And this isn't just about Purgatory Park. This is more broadly. And I think we have to identify places for dogs to have the freedom to catch a Frisbee, chase a ball, but people also need to be safe. So we're talking about spending taxpayer money for potential barriers and things like that to make that happen. So it's not going to be every park. I think we're going to have to so the question. But I think for me to pass it tonight, I have to have some sense for for answering the where question. If I had the answer to the where question, I would seek a motion to pass these tonight, but that's where I'm really struggling. I don't have the answer to the where question, and I think that if we just limit this to Purgatory Park, we are missing an opportunity to make Minnetonka more livable for our residents. So to me, that's the issue. I don't know how anyone else feels about that, but I'm struggling with the where question.
That's been my struggle.
Councilor Shack.
I'm a little frustrated because I think we've spent so much time talking about the public safety component of this that to say, I'm not comfortable kind of keeping this open-ended and kicking the can down the road, because I mean, to me, the public safety component of it kind of trumps all of it. So, you know, I I think we can figure out the where. I think we could figure out a couple of wheres and know that maybe we have to, we can get one spot by April 1st and know that we have to move on. But we've got to come up with something. So I suppose somebody just has to make a motion and we see where it goes.
Let me throw out something. Okay, let's we're going to have a work group, and let's have them study 3 or 4 park locations in Minnetonka, including Purgatory. Maybe we identify some of the larger parks that have some open space. Perhaps staff would have an idea of where that may be. And then we make a proposal there. We narrow the scope of the work for the work group that will enable them to speed things up. And then maybe we can do something by identifying some areas where we could have greater more off-leash areas within the city that would be contained in such a way that that would work both for non-dog owners who are afraid of dogs versus maybe something like that, and that could move things farther down the road so that we could take some action tonight. I throw that out as a thought. Councilmember Romali.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the ordinance relating to dogs at large, at least for now, and get that one knocked out.
All right. Is there support for that? Is there a second?
Mayor,
yes.
For clarification, there was some discussion about whether or not to add the, I'll call it Eden Prairie exception in. I have that prepared if the intent was to include that.
All right, and Council, let's...
I'm remiss, yeah. I would make the motion with the inclusion, with the caveat of the inclusion of the Eden Prairie type language inserted.
Very good. Is
I
there,
would second that.
Is there a second? So we've got a motion by Councilmember Romali and a second by Councilmember Calvert to pass the at-large ordinance with the language of the Eden Prairie exception added. And Ms. Heine, could you read that perhaps?
Yes, Mayor.
If you can, it's okay.
If the council is looking at the dogs at large ordinance, section 2 of the ordinance amends section 925.085 of the city code, and it has a subdivision 1. So in that paragraph, it would read, and I'm only going to read it as it would be finally adopted, not reading the strikeouts. An owner or caretaker of a dog must not cause or permit the dog to run at large within the city limits except as allowed by section 1135.020 of this code. A dog is, quote, at large, end quote, if it is off the property of the person owning, harboring, or keeping the dog and not under restraint with the following exception. That's the new language. While on the private property of another with the landowner's permission, provided the dog owner is present. And then the rest of the ordinance is unchanged.
Thank you. Council, any conversation on that? Ms. Funk.
And just to be clear, Mayor and Council, if staff could just also reiterate, the language for this ordinance does have the 20-foot retractable language.
Right.
So just make sure you're clear on that, because I know there's been conversation this evening over 6-foot, 20-foot, retractable, not retractable. So just make sure you're clear on what's being
And my sense is we've discussed that, but it's not a hill to die on. It was my takeaway. I don't know if anyone sees it any differently. All right, Councilmember Romali.
Yeah, I'm not wanting to die on that hill, but I would like to make sure to follow up with staff that city manager does to make sure that we provide a mechanism to report incidents and that data is tracked. Thank you.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Any other last comments? All right, Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romali,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. So, kind of bringing this back, I don't want, pardon me? Well, we're halfway there, but hopefully farther than that. So the thought that I shared with council and, kind of grabbing parks out of the air based on our knowledge, but it seems like there are certain parks where there could be space for an off-leash area. And if we had, if we named, let's say we had, in addition to Purgatory, we named 2 other parks, kind of geographically dispersed, and as target parks for the work group to consider. Would that move things? This is a staff question. Would that move things further forward? And does Mr. Kumka, do you have any thoughts on recommendations for parks that we might consider to broaden the scope of off-leash areas selectively, partially?
Mayor and Council, I would preface my response with there would be a variety of characteristics of a particular space. Parking availability, the general square footage of that space, the status of restoration, the prioritization of the natural resources according to our natural resources master plan. So it's a little more difficult than just saying, here's our 3 largest parks, those would make sense. It's a little more nuanced than that. A lot of the interior of our larger parks could potentially make sense, but then there's concerns about wetlands, for instance, or the Minnehaha Creek. So it's a little difficult for me to just pull.
I understand that, and perhaps it's not a
Apologies.
realistic request. It's just that, we'd like to if we can bring closure to this tonight, we'd like to do that. But on the other hand, I think there is that aspect that from my view, and I'm not saying I'm speaking for anyone else, but from my view, having some sense for where else, if we're going to restrict Purgatory some, where in the city could we compensate for some of those restrictions to provide more availability? And I think having it geographically dispersed in the city would make good sense. So those are some top line thoughts, and we don't want to talk about this for another hour. But I don't know if that's helpful or if it confuses things, and if we should just defer. I don't know. I don't know what my council members think. I know what some think. Councilmember Wilburn.
So can we go with Councilmember Foster Bolton's suggestion to just set a later
we can do whatever we want. So
adoption date, and so that, because it does seem like a really short time for this work group to come up with something actionable, and if they get done sooner, yay, we can we can visit it earlier than the adoption date. So that would be my suggestion.
very good. Any other thoughts? Or if someone would like to suggest a date, we do want to get some closure here. Councilmember Shack.
Well, what if we just tried this? What if I made the motion to adopt the ordinance with a May 15th adoption date? That's 6 more weeks than April 1st. With the understanding, and you guys vote how you want to vote, but with the understanding that we will have at least identified the goal, we will have at least identified and implemented one place at that time, not limiting it to one, but that we will be ready to go with one off-leash place by that time.
I'll just comment, and I'd be comfortable with that, because we want to take some action. We think that if we're going to put some restrictions on Purgatory, we need to have some alternatives, because I think we generally agree that dogs need an opportunity to be off leash more than a strict 6-foot or even 20-foot leash restriction allows. Because let's just be practical, we don't want to pass an ordinance that our responsible dog owner residents will ignore because they think it's a bad law. And I'm concerned about that too. I think people want to be law-abiding and they want to respect our laws. Again, I'll go back to clear, enforceable, and practical. And I think if we debate, rather than not pass something tonight, delaying a bit, and understanding that we need some more territory, I think that those constraints work. And of course, if a work group gets done early, we can move that date up. So I'd be supportive of Councilmember Shack's suggestion. Any other thoughts from council members?
I think I love this council. We compromise, we find consensus. I think it's a good idea.
All right, so if you'd like to make the motion, I think you might get a second.
Okay.
Mr. Funk.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Shack. Just not to slow things down, just so you're aware, on May 19th is the regular city council meeting in 2025. So rather than May 15th, which is a Thursday, if you would suggest maybe May 19th is a city council evening.
Thank you for your friendly suggestion.
Excellent. I will make the motion to adopt the ordinance relating to dogs at large with the modified date of implementation of May 19th. And I guess it wouldn't be a part of the motion, but the guidance to staff is that the work group will be established and at least one off-leash dog solution will be implemented by that date as well.
It's the dogs within city parks.
Excuse me, dogs within city parks. Thank you.
Yes. All right. Any other comments? Councilmember Foster-Bolton?
No, I was going to second it.
Okay, very good. I'll take your second.
I'll second.
All right. So we've got a motion by Councilmember Shack and a second by Councilmember Foster-Bolton. Does anyone have any last comments before we vote? Are we all clear?
And Mayor Worsom and Council, just as per my comment here a few minutes ago, just to be clear, because you had a lot of conversation on retractable leashes and 6-foot leashes, this ordinance too has the current language of a 20-foot retractable leash.
To be consistent with the we want to be consistent with the earlier adopted ordinance. Councilmember Mailey.
And so again, I would reiterate my instructions to staff to again set up a mechanism for reporting issues and tracking that data.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Vermaele.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Shack.
Yes.
Learson.
Yes, motion carries.
I'm sorry.
All right, so that takes us to item 15, appointments and reappointments. We have none of those tonight, and item 16 is adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn, Councilmember Wilburn?
I move adjournment.
Is there a second, Councilmember Calvert?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Wilburn and a second by Councilmember Calvert. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.